I never thought I would end up in a situation like that. But there I was, stuck in a cabin deep in the woods, feeling more alone and scared than I ever had in my entire life. The whole thing started out as a simple plan, a quiet weekend away from the city to clear my head. I had been feeling burned out from work for months. The constant emails, deadlines, the endless noise and crowds. It was all wearing me down. I needed to get away, somewhere remote, where no one would bother me, and the only sounds would be the wind and the trees. I found a cabin online, not far from a state park. It was old but sturdy, with no electricity and no running water, just the basics. Perfect for unplugging. The photos looked charming, with a stone chimney and wooden porch. The owner promised peace and quiet, and a chance to disconnect. I booked it and packed up my gear. A few changes of clothes, some canned food, bottled water, a camping stove, a flashlight, matches, and a basic first aid kit. I also brought a small journal and a pen, hoping to write and maybe figure out some things in my head. The drive out was long but peaceful. The road narrowed as I left the main highway and turned onto dirt and gravel. Eventually, I reached a narrow trail leading to the cabin, which was nestled between tall pines and oaks. The air smelled like pine needles and earth, a fresh, clean scent that made me smile despite the exhaustion I felt. The cabin was exactly as described. The wood was weathered but solid. Inside, the floors creaked a little under my weight. A few pieces of old furniture, a wooden table, 2 chairs, a bed frame with a thin mattress, and a small wood stove for heat. There was a stack of firewood beside the door. No electricity meant I had to rely on candles and the flashlight, which made everything feel more isolated and quiet. I spent the first few hours settling in, unpacking, stacking firewood, and cleaning a bit. The silence was almost overwhelming at first. No cars, no people, no radios, just the rustling of leaves and distant bird calls. At night, the woods came alive with sounds I wasn't used to. The hoot of owls, the snap of branches, the soft rustle of animals moving through underbrush. It was beautiful but also a little unnerving. The first night passed without incident. I had made a fire in the stove, boiled some water for tea, and wrote in my journal before falling asleep under a heavy quilt. The cabin was cold but manageable with the fire. The second day, I decided to explore the nearby trails. I packed a small backpack with water, a map, my phone, though I expected little signal, and some snacks. The forest was dense and green, with sunlight filtering through the leaves. The trails were narrow and winding. I followed a path that ran alongside a small creek. The water was clear and cold. I took off my shoes and waded in for a few minutes, enjoying the feeling of the cool water on my tired feet. After a few hours of hiking, I returned to the cabin feeling refreshed but hungry. I cooked some canned beans over the stove and ate while watching the shadows lengthen outside. The sun set quickly in the forest, leaving the woods cloaked in twilight. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every sound seemed louder, closer, more deliberate. The wind howled softly, branches scraping against the cabin walls. My flashlight's batteries were running low, which made me nervous. I told myself it was just the wind, the animals, nothing more. On the third day, something changed. When I woke up, I noticed that the woodpile I had stacked outside was disturbed. A few logs were out of place, scattered on the ground. At first, I thought maybe the wind had knocked them over, but the wind was calm that morning. Later, while gathering firewood in the woods, I found footprints in the mud near the cabin. They looked like boots, big, heavy boots, but they weren't mine. I didn't recognize the tread pattern. The footprints led away from the cabin into the deeper woods. My heart raced, but I told myself not to panic. Maybe someone else was camping nearby or had been hiking the trail I took the day before. It was a public forest, after all. Still, the idea that someone had been that close without me noticing was unsettling. That evening, I made sure to lock the cabin door as best I could. It had an old latch but no real lock. I moved some furniture to block the door a little, just to feel safer. I stayed up later than usual, keeping the fire going in the stove and scanning the windows with my flashlight now and then. The woods looked calm, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The next morning, I found more signs of someone's presence. The small path to the outhouse was trampled, and some empty cans were lying near the back of the cabin. Whoever had been there was careless, or maybe even trying to send a message, like they wanted me to know they were nearby. I stayed inside most of that day, only stepping outside for brief moments to gather water from the creek. I kept my phone close, though the signal was weak and spotty. I charged the flashlight whenever I could. On the fourth night, things got worse. I was lying in bed when I heard it, a faint scraping noise outside, near the front door. At first, I froze, trying to tell myself it was an animal, but the noise continued, slow and deliberate, like something was being dragged or scratched against the wood. I reached for my flashlight and aimed it at the window. The beam caught something moving in the shadows, a large shape just beyond the porch light's reach. My heart hammered in my chest. I stayed still, not wanting to give away that I was awake. The scraping stopped. Then, I heard footsteps, slow, heavy steps moving around the cabin's perimeter. I grabbed my phone, ready to call for help, but there was no signal. Panic started to rise, but I forced myself to breathe slowly. I remembered I had a small hunting knife in my backpack. I pulled it out quietly and held it close. The footsteps moved away, fading into the woods. I stayed awake for hours after that, fire burning low in the stove. Couldn't sleep. Every little noise made me jump. I kept imagining someone outside, watching, waiting. The next day, I packed a small bag quickly. I decided to leave to get back to safety as soon as possible. But when I tried to open the cabin door, it was stuck. I pulled and pushed, but it wouldn't budge. The latch was jammed. I looked around and saw fresh scratches around the doorframe. Deep, jagged marks, like someone had tried to pry it open with a tool or knife. I tried the windows. Most of them were nailed shut from the outside. I couldn't get out through any of them. The panic set in fully now. I was trapped inside a cabin in the middle of the forest, with no phone signal and someone outside who didn't want me to leave. I looked around for anything to defend myself or break a window. I found an old metal poker near the stove. It was heavy and sharp at one end. I gripped it tightly. For hours, I stayed near the door, listening and waiting. The footsteps returned in the evening, slow and methodical, circling the cabin. Scratches appeared on other walls, the porch railing, the windows. I shouted out, hoping to scare whoever it was away, but there was no response, only silence. That night was the longest of my life. I barely slept, holding the poker, ready for anything. Morning finally came. I cautiously peeked outside through a crack in the window. No one was there. I checked my backpack again. I had a small flare gun I had brought just in case for emergencies. It felt like the right moment to use it. I aimed it toward the trees and fired. The bright red flare shot into the sky, lighting the forest in an eerie glow. After a few minutes, I heard voices far away, distant, muffled shouting. Moments later, headlights appeared on the dirt road. A forest ranger's truck pulled up, and a man stepped out, calling my name. I ran to the door, this time it opened easily. The ranger explained they had gotten reports of suspicious activity in the area and had been searching nearby. I was safe. Later, I learned that a group of criminals had been using the woods to hide out, watching travelers and cabins like mine. They wanted to scare people off and keep the area quiet for their own illegal activities. I had stumbled into their territory by accident. The cabin was eventually cleared and secured by authorities. I stayed in a hotel after that, still shaken but relieved. Looking back, I realize how easily things can go wrong when you're alone in the wilderness. It wasn't ghosts or monsters that scared me, just the very real danger of people who prey on others. The experience taught me to respect the isolation, to always be prepared, and to trust my instincts. Even now, when I hear stories about quiet cabins in the woods, I remember that time, how close I came to becoming a victim, and how lucky I was that help arrived when it did. The sky was heavy with thick, gray clouds the morning I arrived at the cabin. It was early spring, a time when the woods were waking from their winter sleep. The cold still lingered in the air, with a damp chill settling deep into the bones. I had planned this trip for months, a solo retreat, far away from the noise of the city and the busy hum of everyday life. The cabin was nestled deep in the forest, miles from the nearest town, and the promise of quiet solitude was what I wanted most. I parked my old truck at the edge of a narrow dirt road, barely wide enough for one vehicle, with trees crowding in on both sides. The tires crunched over the gravel as I stepped out and pulled my backpack off the seat. The air smelled of wet earth and pine, the kind of scent that makes you feel like you're stepping into a different world, one untouched by time. I pulled my jacket tighter and set off down the trail toward the cabin. The path was overgrown in places, tangled with roots and thick moss. The forest felt dense, with towering fir and spruce trees blocking much of the sunlight. Still, the quiet was comforting at first. The soft rustling of small animals in the underbrush, the distant call of birds returning from their winter migration. I kept my eyes on the path, careful not to trip, and tried to enjoy the peace that came with the isolation. After about 45 minutes, I saw the cabin through the trees. It was an old wooden structure, weathered by years of storms and snow. The logs were dark and rough, the roof sagging a little in spots. A thin wisp of smoke curled up from the chimney. It wasn't the kind of place anyone would want to live year-round, but it was perfect for a quiet getaway. I had found it through an online listing, a simple cabin someone rented out to people like me who needed to disappear for a while. I pushed open the creaky door and stepped inside. The smell of damp wood and something faintly musty hit me immediately. Dust motes floated in the shafts of light coming through the small windows. The cabin was small, maybe one main room with a tiny kitchen corner and a small wood stove against the far wall. A narrow staircase led up to a loft where the bed was covered in thick quilts. I set down my bag and started unpacking. I brought just the basics: food, water, a flashlight, some books, and a portable charger for my phone. I didn't expect much signal, and I wanted it that way. The idea was to disconnect, to clear my head, to find some kind of peace in the quiet. I built a fire in the stove using the chopped wood stacked near the door. The crackling flames warmed the room and chased away the chill. I sat down at a small wooden table and opened one of my books, trying to lose myself in the story. Outside, the wind picked up, making the trees groan and whistle. As night fell, the forest transformed. The dark became thick and pressing, swallowing the cabin in shadows. The wind sounded like whispers, brushing through the branches and rattling the old windows. I closed the curtains and locked the door, feeling the weight of the silence settle around me. I went to bed early, tired from the hike and the fresh air. The mattress creaked beneath me as I lay down, the quilt heavy on my chest. At first, I thought I would sleep easily, but instead, the sounds outside kept me alert. The distant howl of a coyote, the snap of a twig near the cabin, the low rustle of something moving just beyond the trees. My mind raced, imagining all the ways the quiet could hide danger. Hours passed like this, every noise magnified in the stillness. I kept listening, my heart pounding. Then, I heard something different, a slow, deliberate scraping at the side of the cabin. It was soft at first, barely noticeable, but it grew louder. The sound of claws or nails dragging over wood. I froze, breath catching in my throat. My mind jumped to all kinds of worst-case scenarios: a wild animal, a thief, something worse. I reached for the flashlight on the bedside table, my hands shaking. The cabin was so dark without the fire, the shadows deep and moving. I turned on the flashlight and shone it toward the window. Nothing, just the thick trees standing still outside. The scraping stopped. I sat up, trying to steady my breathing. Maybe it was a tree branch brushing against the cabin, I told myself, or a raccoon. But the noise had sounded too purposeful, like something was trying to get in. I stayed awake the rest of the night, sitting by the window with the flashlight in hand. The fire died down, leaving me in almost complete darkness. The forest outside remained still, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Morning came slow and gray. I stared out the window, waiting for the sun to rise higher and chase away the shadows. When the light finally spilled into the room, I stood and grabbed my jacket. I had to check the outside of the cabin. The door creaked as I opened it. The forest air was cold and sharp. I circled the cabin, looking for any sign of what might have made the noise. Near the back, I found deep scratches gouged into the wood, fresh, raw cuts where the bark had been torn away. I knelt down and saw bits of fur caught in the splinters. Whatever had come close, it had left its mark. The next day, I decided to explore a little beyond the cabin. I packed a small bag with water, a map, and my phone, just in case. The forest felt less threatening in the daylight, but still heavy with silence. I walked for hours, following a small stream and marking my path on the map. The trees grew thicker, the underbrush tangled. At one point, I saw strange tracks in the mud. Large, uneven footprints, not quite like any animal I knew. They led away from the stream and into a dense thicket. My heart pounded again, a cold knot forming in my stomach. I wanted to turn back, but I kept going, curious and cautious. The trail ended abruptly at a small clearing, where a pile of old, broken branches lay scattered. It looked like something had been dragged there, then left to rot. I found scraps of torn fabric tangled in the sticks. Something human, maybe. The thought made me uneasy. I hurried back to the cabin, the forest closing in around me. The sun was dipping low, and the shadows grew long. When I returned, the cabin looked the same, but I noticed something new, the faint scent of smoke lingering near the door. That night, I heard the scraping again, louder this time, more urgent. It circled the cabin, moving from one side to the other. I stayed frozen, the flashlight trembling in my grip. Then, I heard breathing, heavy, ragged, close to the window. I shined the light through the glass, but saw only darkness. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the stove, throwing wood on the fire until the room was bright and warm. The noises continued, fading in and out, but I refused to look outside again. The next morning, I found footprints around the cabin. Large, muddy, and unlike any animal I knew. They circled the cabin twice, then vanished into the forest. I packed up my things quickly after that. The idea of staying longer made my skin crawl. On the way back to my truck, I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling eyes on me. The forest seemed alive with quiet threats, the snapping twigs, the rustling leaves, the distant calls of unknown creatures. When I reached the truck, I locked the doors and started the engine. The safety of the road and the hum of the motor felt like a shield against whatever had haunted me in the woods. Driving away, I realized I would never forget that cabin, or the feeling that I had come too close to something dangerous, something real and wild that didn't belong to stories or ghosts, just the raw, unforgiving edge of nature and whatever lurked in the shadows beyond the firelight. I rented the cabin in late October, just after the leaves had turned, but before the snow started to fall heavy. I wanted some time away from work, from people, and from the internet. I'd spent the past 2 years working nonstop, mostly indoors, and I felt like I needed to reset my head. A friend of mine had mentioned this remote place in northern Montana, a small wood cabin his cousin owned that wasn't listed on any rental sites. No neighbors, no road traffic, no phone signal. He said I could stay as long as I wanted if I left it clean and didn't break anything. That was the only deal. I packed basic gear, a camp stove even though the cabin had a wood-burning one, backup batteries, a portable radio, canned food, matches, and some hand tools. I brought a good knife, a hatchet, and my .38 snub-nose revolver. Not because I was expecting trouble, but because I've been in enough backcountry to know that being unarmed in a remote area can go wrong real quick, even if it's just a bear or a mountain lion sniffing around. It was a 5-hour drive from the closest decent town, and for the last hour and a half, the road turned into a rough, barely kept logging trail. My Subaru handled it okay, but it wasn't made for serious off-roading. I bounced around, dodging potholes and big rocks. There were no signs or mile markers, just my friend's directions. Things like, turn left after the fallen pine tree, and you'll see a rusted tractor. Take a right there. It all felt weirdly exciting, like I was slipping into some quiet corner of the world that most people forgot existed. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it looked just like the photos. Simple, weathered, with a pitched roof and a little covered porch out front. The wood siding had gone gray from sun and wind, but it was solid. No broken windows. The chimney looked in decent shape. There were 3 steps up to the porch and a heavy wooden door with an iron latch. No lock, just a latch. Inside, it was one open room, maybe 20 by 20 feet, with a cot in one corner, a wood stove in the middle of the far wall, a table and 2 chairs, and a set of open shelves with some old cookware, a few books, and a kerosene lantern. The window above the table looked out onto thick trees. There was a small outhouse about 40 feet out back, and a spring-fed hand pump nearby for water. No plumbing, no insulation, no heater except the wood stove. But that was fine. I didn't come here for comfort. The first few days were exactly what I wanted. Long, quiet mornings drinking coffee while watching the fog lift off the trees, slow afternoons reading by the stove, and crisp, cold nights spent bundled in a sleeping bag with the fire crackling a few feet away. I chopped wood, cooked simple meals, and went on long hikes. No one around for miles. The radio only picked up static. No news, no talking, no music. I felt my brain quiet down in a way it hadn't in years. But by the 4th day, I noticed something that sat wrong with me. It was small, barely anything. Just a tin can of beans that I was sure I'd put on the second shelf was now sitting on the top shelf. At first, I figured I'd just forgotten. Or maybe I reached for something else and moved it without thinking. But it gnawed at me for a while. Then the next day, I woke up and the chair at the table was pulled out. Not by much, just a few inches. But I never left it that way. I was careful about putting things back where they were. I chalked it up to me bumping it in the night, or maybe I moved it and forgot. I didn't like that explanation, but I told myself that anyway. But it kept happening. Every day something small. One of my boots wasn't where I left it. The firewood stack had fewer pieces, even though I hadn't used any that day. The handle of the water pump was resting at a different angle. I started paying more attention, taking mental notes, even setting things in a very specific way, lining up the handle of a pan so it pointed due north on the table, folding my sleeping bag the same way every morning. By the 6th day, I was sure something was being moved, and it wasn't me. I started locking the door with a piece of wire I brought, looping it through the latch so it couldn't open easily. The windows were nailed shut and hadn't been touched. But that didn't make me feel any better. I started walking the perimeter in the mornings, looking for footprints, broken branches, anything that might show someone had been nearby. The ground was hard, dry, covered in pine needles. Not great for tracking. I never found any clear footprints, but twice I saw broken twigs. Not like from falling branches, but like something had been stepped on. They were about 20 feet behind the outhouse. I stared at them for a long time. They looked fresh, like they had weight behind them. I followed in that direction for about 50 yards, but the trail disappeared. I turned around and walked back fast. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the fire low and sat up listening. Nothing but wind. Every creak of the wood made my stomach tense. I stayed up until around 3 a.m., then finally laid down with the revolver next to me on the floor. In the morning, the kettle had been moved off the stove. That was it. I hadn't used it. I hadn't touched it. And I definitely left it sitting upright, neatly in the center of the cast iron burner plate. Now it was hanging half off, like it had been bumped or dropped. I stepped outside and walked around the cabin again. Same trail, same woods, same silence. But something had changed. It didn't feel like I was alone anymore. I started locking the door from the inside with the wire every night. I stacked a pot and pan on the door so if it opened, it would make noise. I started peeing in a bottle at night so I didn't have to go outside. I started placing small pieces of thread across the windowsills to see if any had been brushed away. On the 8th night, I woke up to a sound. It wasn't loud, just a soft knock, like something had touched the wall outside. I held my breath, waited, then I heard a creak. Not from inside, from the porch. A slow, soft creak, like a step. I grabbed the revolver. My heart was pounding in my throat. I stood, listening, barefoot, the cold floor like ice. Another creak, then nothing. I stepped quietly toward the door. The wire was still looped. The pans were still in place. I stared at the thin slats of wood between me and whatever was out there. I didn't open it. I waited until sunrise. When I stepped outside, the dirt at the base of the steps was disturbed. A single partial boot print, bigger than mine. I couldn't tell which direction it came from. It just stopped there. I stayed inside that whole day, except for getting water fast and dumping it into buckets inside. I built up the fire, stacked wood close, and kept the gun loaded and near me. That night, I sat up again. This time, I stayed awake the whole night. At about 2 a.m., I heard something brush against the side of the cabin. Not a knock this time, just a sliding sound, like a hand or maybe a stick being dragged across the outside wall. I didn't move. I just stared at the door. It didn't open. Nothing came in. But in the morning, I found 3 scratches across the wooden plank below the window. Not deep, just enough to be seen, like someone had dragged something sharp across it. I wanted to leave, but the thought of driving that dirt road at night wasn't smart. So I waited until midday, packed everything, double-checked the tires, filled the car fast, and left around noon. I kept the gun on the passenger seat. I didn't stop once, not even to pee. I made it to town by sunset and didn't tell anyone what happened. I stayed in a motel that night, took the first hot shower I'd had in over a week, and stared at myself in the mirror for an hour. I looked thinner, paler. I hadn't eaten properly in days. Later, I texted my friend, told him I left the place clean. I didn't mention what happened. I didn't want to explain it. I didn't want to believe it either. A few weeks later, out of curiosity, I looked up incidents near that part of Montana. I found a thread on an old wilderness forum, someone describing something similar from years back. He'd camped alone in the same forest and found things in his pack moved. Tools missing. He thought it was animals. Until one night he woke up and saw a man standing 50 feet away, just barely visible in the trees. The man didn't move, just watched him. That poster never went back either. I never returned to that cabin. I never told anyone else what happened. But I still think about it when I hear branches creaking outside my window at night, and I still check to make sure nothing's been moved, just in case. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. After a long, exhausting year at work, I decided to get away from the city and spend some time alone in nature. I wanted silence, fresh air, and the kind of calm you only find when you're miles away from anything human. I booked a small cabin deep in the woods, far from any towns or highways. The place was basic but comfortable, exactly what I needed. No internet, no phone signal, just me and the forest. The drive to the cabin was longer than I expected. I took narrow dirt roads winding through hills and dense woods. The car rattled over potholes and loose gravel. It felt like the world was shrinking around me as I drove further and further into isolation. The GPS stopped working about 20 miles from the last town, and after that, I relied on a paper map and a compass. The sun was already low when I reached the last fork in the road. The cabin was supposed to be on the left, down a narrow path through the trees. The cabin was small, built from logs, with a steep roof and a chimney. It looked old but well kept. Around it, tall pines towered, their trunks like silent guards. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth. I parked the car on a flat patch of ground, unloaded my bags, and took a moment to breathe in the stillness. No cars, no planes, no voices, just the rustling of leaves and distant bird calls. Inside, the cabin was rustic but cozy. A small wood stove sat in the corner with a stack of firewood nearby. There was a single bed with a wool blanket, a wooden table and chairs, and a tiny kitchen area with a sink and a gas burner. The windows had thick curtains, and the floor was rough planks. I switched on the battery-powered lantern I brought and unpacked a few essentials. I didn't want to bring too much. This was a place to disconnect and keep things simple. After settling in, I built a small fire in the stove. The warmth spread quickly, chasing away the chill of the evening. Outside, the sky darkened, and stars began to appear in the clear air. I sat by the fire, sipping a cup of tea, enjoying the quiet. The only sound was the crackle of burning wood and the occasional hoot of an owl. As night deepened, the forest outside became a different place. Shadows stretched between the trees, and the wind whispered softly through the branches. I felt safe inside the cabin, protected by thick walls and the small fire. But there was also something about the night that made my skin crawl a little. A sense of being watched, maybe, or the deep unknown lurking just beyond the window. I turned in early, too tired to stay up. The bed was firm but comfortable. I listened to the night sounds as I drifted off. The rustle of leaves, a distant snapping branch, the calls of nighttime animals. Sleep came slowly, interrupted now and then by unfamiliar noises. Around midnight, I woke to a soft noise outside. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I heard it again, a faint rustling, like someone moving through the underbrush. My heart quickened. I lay very still, straining to listen. The noise stopped. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other wild animal. After all, the forest was full of life at night. I tried to go back to sleep, but my mind was restless. Every creak of the cabin, every shift of the wind made me jump. I kept hearing footsteps outside, slow and deliberate. At one point, I even thought I heard a soft whisper, but there was no one there. Hours passed. Dawn was still far off. I stayed awake, listening, watching the dark windows. The fire in the stove had burned down to glowing embers, and the cabin was cold. I thought about calling for help, but there was no cell signal, and no one knew I was here. I felt utterly alone. Then I heard it, a loud thump against the cabin wall. Not a small animal, but something heavier. My heart pounded so hard I was sure it would burst. I grabbed a heavy iron poker by the stove, preparing to defend myself. Another thump, then scratching like nails scraping wood. It moved around the cabin, circling. I forced myself to breathe slowly, trying to stay calm. There was a window near the door. I crept over and peeked outside. The weak moonlight showed thick trees and bushes, but no sign of anything. Nothing moved. I couldn't see anyone, no figure or shadow. I returned to the center of the room, feeling a cold sweat. The noise stopped as suddenly as it started. The silence was deafening. I sat by the fire and waited. I thought about staying awake until morning, but exhaustion dragged at me. Eventually, I curled up near the stove, wrapping the blanket tightly around me, and fell into a fitful sleep. When I woke again, the sky was a pale blue, and sunlight filtered through the curtains. I breathed a sigh of relief. The cabin was quiet, peaceful. No signs of anything strange outside. I went out to explore the area, trying to shake the fear from the night before. I walked through the woods around the cabin, looking for any clue what had made the noises. I found broken branches and disturbed leaves, but no footprints or other signs of people. Just animals. A small pile of scat from a raccoon or something similar, and some tracks that might have been from a deer. Despite the calm morning, I felt uneasy. It was clear I wasn't as alone as I thought. Something had been out there in the night close to the cabin. Whether it was an animal or a person, I couldn't say. I spent the day keeping busy. I chopped some wood for the stove, explored nearby trails, and collected water from a nearby stream. The forest was beautiful in daylight, full of green moss, ferns, and tall trees reaching to the sky. Birds flitted from branch to branch, and squirrels darted around. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. As evening came, I prepared the cabin for another night. I secured the doors and windows as best as I could. I set traps around the perimeter with some small wires and tin cans I had brought. More to make noise if anything came near than to catch anything. I built a bigger fire inside the stove, the glow filling the room with warmth. I ate a simple meal, canned beans heated on the stove, some bread and water. I kept the lantern close and sat in the chair near the window, watching the forest grow dark. The night passed without incident. No thumps or scratching, no footsteps outside, but I kept my eyes open, listening to every sound. The next day was the same. I explored, gathered firewood, and tried to keep my mind busy. I found more animal tracks, mostly from deer and rabbits, and some fresh prints I didn't recognize. They were larger and more spread out, like from a big boot. That worried me. I stayed alert, but told myself it was just hikers or hunters passing nearby. The area wasn't completely off limits. Other people used the trails sometimes. Still, it felt like those tracks led right to the cabin. On the third night, I heard voices, not loud, but faint, muffled. It sounded like men talking quietly, just outside the tree line. I didn't dare open the door. The voices lasted only a few minutes before fading away. I wondered if I had imagined them, but the hairs on my neck stood up. I realized then I wasn't dealing with wildlife. There were people near the cabin, and they didn't want to be seen. I packed some things in my bag, my phone, though I knew there was no signal, a small knife, a flashlight, extra batteries, some food, and a first aid kit. I knew I had to leave, but the car was parked half a mile away on a rough road through thick woods. I spent that day watching the forest, trying to see if anyone approached. The area was quiet during daylight, but I didn't trust it. I planned my route carefully, noting the quickest way to the car. As dusk fell, I waited until it was nearly dark, then slipped out the back of the cabin. The forest was thick and shadowy. I moved quickly but carefully, trying to stay silent. I followed the path I had taken in, but it felt longer now. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me. Not animal ones, heavy, slow steps. I didn't dare look back. My heart raced. I broke into a run, stumbling over roots and rocks. The footsteps sped up too. I pushed harder, my breath ragged, legs burning. I thought of all the stories I had heard about people disappearing in the woods. I didn't want to be one of them. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the dirt road where I had left my car. No one was there. I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. The headlights cut through the dark trees as I backed out and sped down the road. The car rattled and bounced, but I didn't slow. The fear pushed me on, the thought of being followed driving me forward. After a long, nerve-wracking drive, I reached a paved highway and finally got a cell signal. I called the police and reported what had happened. I told them about the strange noises, the footsteps, the voices, and the tracks near the cabin. They sent a patrol to check it out. The officers found signs someone had been living nearby, makeshift campsites, discarded cans, and old clothes. They also found footprints matching the tracks I saw, leading back and forth between the cabin and I went up to the cabin in late September. I had 3 months left to finish my master's thesis, and I couldn't get anything done in the city. Too many distractions, too much noise. I wasn't sleeping well either. I'd wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning and just stare at the ceiling. My advisor was starting to pressure me. I needed a place where no one would bother me, where I could just work, sleep, and think. My cousin had this old cabin he didn't use much, up in northern Michigan, near the edge of the Manistee National Forest. No neighbors for miles, no internet, no cell signal. Just a small wood cabin, a generator, a propane tank, and a stove that burned actual wood. That was all I needed. I drove up with a couple coolers full of groceries, a trunk full of notebooks, my laptop, and a few camping essentials. The drive took me about 6 hours. The road got rough after the last gas station, a narrow gravel thing that twisted through trees and around little lakes and ponds. I remember how quiet it got, just tires crunching on gravel, leaves blowing across the hood. My ears started ringing because of how still it all was. I pulled up to the cabin just before sunset. The trees opened up to a little clearing with tall grass and a fire pit made of piled stones. The cabin looked smaller than I expected. The boards were dark, almost black from years of rain and sun, and the roof sagged in the middle. There were no gutters, just some moss growing under the eaves and a dented tin chimney poking out from one side. The porch creaked when I stepped onto it, and the front door stuck a little when I tried to push it open. I had to lean into it with my shoulder. The inside was dusty and dim. There was a main room with a small table, 2 chairs, a ratty couch, and a wood stove in the corner. Off to one side was a tiny kitchen with an old propane-powered fridge and a narrow counter. The cabinets were half open, empty except for a few dusty mason jars and a can of condensed milk with the label peeling off. In the back was a small bedroom with a cot, a sleeping bag, and a lamp that ran off a big battery pack. There was a little bathroom with a composting toilet and a metal sink. Everything smelled like pine and old wood and dust. I unpacked quickly and started the generator before it got fully dark. The lights flickered to life, dim and yellow. I didn't need much, just enough to charge the laptop and boil water. I had a stack of firewood on the porch, left there by my cousin months ago. I lit a fire in the stove that night and cooked some rice and beans on a little single-burner camp stove. I sat at the table and tried to read through my notes, but my eyes kept drifting to the windows. There were no curtains, just thick glass panes that looked out into blackness. No lights, no horizon, just black like the forest went on forever. I could hear branches rustling and small cracks, like twigs breaking under weight, but nothing ever came close. I went to bed early that night. The cabin creaked constantly. Every time the wind blew, I'd hear the roof groan or a shutter knock against the siding. I kept my boots next to the bed and my flashlight close by. I didn't sleep much. Every little sound made me tense up. Something ran across the roof at one point, maybe a raccoon or a squirrel, and I nearly jumped out of the cot. But nothing happened. I kept telling myself that. The next morning was cold. The cabin didn't hold heat well, even with the stove going. I made some instant coffee and walked around outside while the sun burned off the mist. The clearing looked different in daylight, smaller. The trees crowded close to the cabin on all sides, like they were leaning in. I found some old beer bottles behind the fire pit, probably from my cousin or his friends. I piled them up by a stump and made a mental note to pack them out when I left. That day was productive. I outlined 2 chapters and revised part of my second draft. The silence helped me focus. I didn't check my phone once, since I had no signal anyway. I cooked lunch over the fire pit and sat out on a folding chair with a blanket around my shoulders. It was peaceful. I started to feel like maybe this had been a good idea after all. The woods weren't scary in the daylight, just quiet and still and endless. That night, though, things felt off. I started noticing little things. At around 9, while I was brushing my teeth, I heard something heavy move just outside the cabin wall. Not walking, not running, just shifting weight, like someone standing there repositioning themselves. Then a dull scrape along the siding. I turned off the light and stood there in the dark bathroom, listening. It stopped. I waited maybe 5 minutes before I stepped back into the bedroom and locked the door. I didn't hear anything else, but I didn't sleep well either. I kept picturing someone standing just outside the cabin, maybe leaning against the wall, waiting. The next morning, I looked around. Nothing. No footprints, no scratches, no signs of an animal. The ground was damp with dew, and any large animal should have left a mark. I walked around the whole perimeter. Nothing. I told myself I'd imagined it. Sound carries weird out here. Trees make strange noises. Sometimes branches fall. Maybe it was that. The third night was worse. I stayed up late working. I had music playing softly through a little speaker, and I was taking notes by lantern light. Around midnight, the music cut out. The speaker went dead. I checked the battery pack. Still charged. I tried to power it back on, but it wouldn't respond. Then I heard footsteps outside. Real, slow footsteps, crunching leaves. I turned off the lantern and crouched by the window, heart pounding. The footsteps circled the cabin once, then stopped. I stayed there in the dark for what felt like an hour. Eventually, I crawled into bed, fully dressed, with a knife I kept in my camping gear. The next morning, I found something strange. A single deep print by the back door. It looked like a work boot, fresh. The heel had sunk into the soft dirt. I had been alone. I hadn't seen anyone since I got here. The nearest town was 30 miles away. My cousin hadn't told anyone I was using the cabin. I didn't know what to do. I thought about leaving, but I hadn't gotten enough work done yet. I told myself maybe someone was hunting in the woods. Maybe they got turned around, wandered too close. I started keeping the hatchet and the knife with me at all times. Over the next 2 days, I heard things. Sometimes footsteps in the woods. Other times, a knocking sound from somewhere in the distance, like someone tapping on a tree trunk with a stick. Always in the same pattern. 3 knocks, then silence, then 3 more. At one point, I turned off the generator completely and sat in silence for half an hour. I heard the knocking again, faint, from the east side of the cabin. On the 5th day, I found something worse. A dead squirrel on the porch. Its neck had been broken, body laid neatly on its side. No blood, no marks, just broken and placed there. Like a message. I buried it under some rocks behind the cabin. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I packed. I had only been there 5 nights. I told myself I'd come back another time, maybe bring a friend. I didn't want to be there alone anymore. I loaded the coolers, packed up my gear, and shut off the gas valve. Just before I left, I walked one last lap around the cabin. That's when I saw it. A camera, half buried in the dirt behind a tree near the edge of the clearing. Old model, trail cam. I dug it out and popped open the back. The battery was dead, but the SD card was still in place. I didn't have a reader on me, so I slipped it into my backpack and left. The drive out was tense. I kept checking the rear view. I felt like something was watching the whole time, just behind the trees. At the first gas station, I filled up and asked the attendant if he knew anyone who hunted up that way. He just shrugged and said the land out there wasn't really active anymore. Too isolated. People didn't go out there much. Too easy to get lost. When I got home that night, I pulled the SD card from the trail cam and opened it on my laptop. There were dozens of photos. Most were empty, just shots of trees or blurred movement. Then I found a few that made my stomach drop. Photos of me sitting by the fire pit, me walking around the cabin, me standing in the doorway, all taken from a distance through the trees, zoomed in, dated across multiple days. The last photo was the worst, taken at night from just outside the bedroom window. Me asleep in the cot, taken from less than 10 feet away. I called the sheriff the next day and sent them the photos. They sent someone to check the property, but they didn't find anything. No fingerprints, no signs of anyone living out there. They took the trail cam for evidence and told me they'd follow up. I never heard back. That was over a year ago. I still don't know who was out there, watching me. I finished my thesis, passed my defense, got my degree, but I haven't gone camping since. I haven't spent a night alone anywhere remote. I started installing security cameras around my apartment. I still wake up some nights thinking I hear the knock 3 times, then silence. I deleted the photos eventually. I couldn't look at them anymore, but the image. I wasn't planning to go anywhere that month. I'd been working remotely from home for almost a year straight, and I had settled into a routine: wake up, coffee, emails, meetings, lunch, more work, maybe a walk, dinner, then fall asleep watching something I'd seen before. It wasn't exciting, but it was safe, comfortable. But for some reason, that Monday morning hit different. I woke up with this need to get away from my place. I couldn't stand the walls, the fridge humming, the echo of my slippers on the wood floor. I needed something quieter, something where I couldn't hear cars passing or kids shouting from the park down the block. I wanted quiet, like real quiet, so I rented a cabin. It wasn't anything fancy. I searched a bunch of listings until I found one that seemed right. Not too far, but far enough that I wouldn't see neighbors or traffic. The pictures showed a small wooden place, kind of worn down but still neat. Just 1 floor, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a fireplace, and it was surrounded by woods. Not deep woods, just enough trees to block the view of anything else. I didn't even look at reviews. I just booked it for 5 days, packed light, and left the next morning. The drive took around 5 hours. The last part was the slowest, 30 minutes of winding dirt roads with no signs and no signal. It felt like the kind of road you'd only take if you already knew where it led. I kept checking the map I downloaded in case the signal dropped, and the little blue dot on the offline app was jittering around but heading in the right direction. The last turnoff didn't even look like a real road, just 2 tire tracks going into the trees. I almost missed it. The cabin showed up maybe half a mile in. It looked smaller than I expected, older too. The wooden porch was crooked on one side, and the boards looked like they'd been soaking in rain for years. There was a little shed maybe 20 yards behind it, hidden halfway by trees, and a rusted propane tank beside it. The windows were closed, and the whole place felt like it had been waiting a while for someone to show up. I got out, stretched my legs, and took in the silence. No wind, No animals, no bugs, nothing. Just trees and the creak of my tires cooling off. I used the key I'd been given in the lockbox code from the owner. The door opened with a sticky groan, like it hadn't been used in a while. Inside smelled like pine and dust. There wasn't much to it, just a couch, an old table, a kitchen with a small fridge, some cupboards, and a short hallway that led to the bedroom and bathroom. It looked exactly like the photos. A little more worn in person, maybe, but it didn't feel creepy. Just old and quiet. I unpacked a few things, filled the fridge with what I'd brought in a cooler, and sat on the couch with a cold bottle of water, listening to how quiet it was. That first night was calm. I made a sandwich, lit a fire in the fireplace, and read a paperback I'd brought. No signal meant no phone, no distractions. It was weirdly relaxing. When it got dark, it really got dark. I hadn't realized how much I depended on city light to see at night. Here, even the windows looked black. I used the flashlight on my phone to brush my teeth and climbed into the bed, which creaked with every move but wasn't too bad. I lay there listening to nothing, not even the wind. I don't remember falling asleep, just that I woke up with the sun the next morning, still fully clothed. The second day was uneventful. I walked the trail behind the cabin. Not a real trail, just a dirt path where the grass was lower. It wound between trees and faded into a creek maybe half a mile in. I followed the water a bit, threw a few stones, then came back. I made pasta, read, took a nap, and sat on the porch as the sun dropped behind the trees. Still nothing weird, but that night something changed. I woke up at maybe 3 a.m. I didn't check the time until later, but I know it was dark. I had no idea why I woke up. No sound, no dream. I just snapped awake like my body knew something was off. I sat up slowly and listened. Still nothing, not even the creak of the trees. But something felt off. The air felt too still, like holding your breath. I got up and went to the kitchen to get some water. When I turned to go back, I noticed the front door was unlocked. I knew I had locked it. I always lock doors. I didn't even touch it after I came in that night. But the bolt was turned, and the knob was loose when I touched it. I stood there for a full minute staring at it. I didn't even breathe. I finally locked it again, turned on every light in the cabin, and checked every room, even the bathroom. Nothing. No sign of anything. I even opened the front door again and stepped outside with a flashlight. The dirt around the porch was untouched. No footprints. No tire tracks. I told myself maybe I just thought I locked it. Maybe I meant to and didn't. I went back to bed eventually but didn't sleep well. The next day felt wrong from the start. I had a constant feeling in my gut like something was nearby watching. I kept looking out the windows. I'd make coffee, glance out, read a page, glance out. Nothing moved, but I couldn't relax. That afternoon, I walked the trail again, just to clear my head. But halfway down, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Broken branches along the path. Not random, but like something had pushed through them. Big breaks, high up. Whatever it wasn't a deer. I followed the signs a bit off the trail and found a large patch of moss and pine needles flattened like something had laid down there recently. It was wide. Too wide. No prints. Just that. I backed away and walked quickly back to the cabin. That night, I locked every window, even pulled a chair under the doorknob. I didn't light the fireplace. I didn't want the smell drawing anything in. I lay on the couch with a flashlight in my hand and stayed awake most of the night. Around 2 a.m., I heard a sound from outside. It wasn't loud, just a crack, like a branch snapping. Then another, then nothing. I didn't move. I just listened. A soft thump followed a few minutes later. Then silence again. When the sun finally came up, I stepped out carefully and looked around. Nothing. But when I circled around to the back porch, I saw a mark on the siding. It looked like a dirty handprint, smudged, long, just one, right under the window. I packed my stuff. I didn't even eat breakfast. I didn't care about the refund or the rest of the trip. I just wanted out. But when I turned the key in the ignition, the car wouldn't start. Clicked. The dash lights blinked, but it wouldn't turn over. I tried again. Nothing. I checked the battery. Everything looked fine. No luose wires.
no corrosión.
But it was dead. I got that cold sweat feeling in my back and walked in circles for a while trying to calm myself down. I figured I could hike out. I remembered a ranger station on the way in, maybe 4 miles back up the dirt road. I packed a bag with water, a flashlight, snacks, a multi-tool, and started walking fast. The trees felt too quiet, like every animal had left. I kept turning around. At one point, I thought I saw movement behind me, a shadow slipping between trunks. But when I stopped and stared, nothing was there. I didn't stop again. I walked fast and didn't look back. After about 2 hours, I saw the edge of the dirt road widen into a pullout. There was the ranger station, locked and empty, but next to it was a weatherproof emergency radio box. I cranked the signal and waited. Static, then a crackle. A voice came through, faint but clear. I explained everything: car trouble, cabin name, where I was, what I'd seen. The voice told me to stay put and someone would come. 40 minutes later, a white truck pulled up. A ranger stepped out, looked at me with a kind of concerned expression before I even spoke. I told him everything again. He drove me back to the cabin, didn't say much. We checked my car. He tried the battery. Still dead. He gave me a ride into town. I stayed in a motel that night, and the next morning, a mechanic towed my car in. When he checked the engine, he found something I didn't expect. The battery had been unplugged. The clamps had been taken off like someone did it on purpose.
No bite marks. No corrosión.
Just lifted clean off. I didn't say anything. I just nodded and paid him when he finished. I drove straight home that afternoon and haven't gone back since. I didn't tell anyone for a long time, not because I was afraid of being judged, but because I couldn't explain it. There was no monster, no ghost, no killer in the woods, but someone had been out there, watching, waiting, coming close while I slept, unlocking my door, standing by my window, lying in the brush just beyond the trail. And for whatever reason, they chose not to do more. Maybe they were waiting. Maybe they liked being close. Maybe they were testing how far they could go without being seen. I don't know what would have happened if I stayed another night. I still think about it sometimes, usually around 3 a.m., when I wake up without knowing why. I lock my doors more now. I check the windows twice. I don't go to remote places alone anymore. And if I ever do again, I'll bring more than a flashlight, because there are people out there who... It started in late January, right after a big snowstorm that covered almost everything in the northern part of the state. I had taken time off work months earlier, wanting a break from the city, and had planned to spend a couple of weeks alone in a small cabin that I had rented near the base of a mountain range, way out in a rural part of the state that wasn't very populated. The cabin sat at the edge of a dense pine forest, close to an old logging road that hadn't been used officially in decades. I chose it because it was cheap and quiet, and I didn't care much for fancy amenities. I wanted space, silence, and some time to be far from people. I drove out in my pickup the day after the storm. The roads were mostly cleared by then, but some of the smaller ones closer to the cabin were still covered in ice. My tires weren't great, and the truck slipped a few times, but I made it to the cabin by late afternoon. The driveway was covered in snow, so I parked off the side of the logging road and carried my supplies the rest of the way. The cabin itself was nothing more than a single-room structure with a small front porch, a fireplace, a cot, a wood stove, and a few pieces of old furniture. There was no electricity or running water. I had brought my own food, a solar-powered lantern, and enough firewood for a week. I didn't plan to go out much. I had books, a journal, and a deck of cards. I just wanted to sit by the fire and listen to the wind. The first 2 days were peaceful. Snow hung thick on the trees, and the only sound outside was the occasional thump of a branch shedding its weight. I'd wake up around sunrise, light the stove, make coffee with melted snow, and sit wrapped in a blanket while the heat slowly spread. I didn't have cell signal, which was fine. That was part of the appeal. I would go outside once a day to stretch my legs and gather more snow, but mostly I stayed inside where it was warm. On the third night, I woke up to a strange noise outside. It was somewhere between a crunch and a scrape, like someone dragging a shovel over frozen ground. It didn't sound close at first, and I figured it was an animal. I went back to sleep after a while. In the morning, I found long marks in the snow out near the road. At first, I thought they were tracks, but they weren't like any animal tracks I recognized. They were more like parallel lines, uneven and shallow, stretching from one edge of the clearing to the other. I tried not to think about it. I told myself it was probably just ice that had fallen from a branch and been blown by the wind. The marks didn't point directly toward the cabin anyway. I spent most of the day inside, chopping wood and rereading the same chapters of a paperback I'd brought. That night it was colder, and I had trouble falling asleep. I left the fire going and lay on the cot with 2 blankets, listening to the groan of the trees in the wind. Sometime after midnight, I heard it again. That same scraping sound, closer this time. It went on longer, steady and slow, and then it stopped. I didn't get up. I just lay there staring at the ceiling in the dark, trying to slow my breathing. I didn't want to go to the window. I didn't want to know what it was. In the morning, I found more of the drag marks, only this time they were right up against the side of the cabin. One set passed directly in front of the porch. I looked for footprints. I didn't find any. The snow was mostly undisturbed, except for those long, uneven grooves. They curved slightly, like someone had dragged 2 sticks across the surface while walking in a slow arc. That was when I started to feel something I hadn't felt in a long time. Something deeper than worry. It wasn't fear exactly, not yet. It was a slow, sinking discomfort that wrapped itself around me, like the feeling you get when you know you're being watched but can't explain why. I walked out to the edge of the clearing with a hatchet in hand and scanned the tree line. I didn't see anything unusual, just thick woods, the same as always. No broken branches, no signs of animals or people. I spent the rest of the day sitting near the window with the hatchet resting on my lap. I didn't read. I didn't eat much. I just waited. I started to listen to the silence in a way I hadn't before, trying to hear beneath it. There were small pops from the fireplace, the occasional groan of shifting wood, and the quiet hiss of wind over snow. Every now and then, I thought I heard something more, but it never lasted long enough for me to know. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I stayed awake in the chair near the window, wrapped in my coat and watching the tree line. The moonlight made the snow glow faintly, and I could see well enough without a lamp. For hours, nothing happened. Then sometime before dawn, I saw movement near the far edge of the clearing. First, it looked like a figure. I froze. It stood still for a long time, not walking, not shifting. I stared until my eyes hurt. After a minute or two, I realized it wasn't moving because it wasn't a person. It was a tree, a crooked, thin pine bent under the weight of snow. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, but the relief didn't last. The next morning, I found something else. Not just drag marks, but a piece of metal half buried in the snow near the edge of the clearing. It was old, rusted, and looked like part of a snow chain. That didn't make sense. No one should have been driving back here in a storm, and even if they had, why would a piece of a chain be this far into the woods, well past where any vehicle could go? I started to wonder if maybe someone had been using the old logging road without telling anyone. Maybe some hunter or squatter. That could explain the marks. Maybe they were dragging a sled or something. But that didn't explain why they came so close to the cabin or why they only ever came at night. By the 5th day, I was ready to leave. I had enough food left for a few days, but I didn't care. I packed everything, doused the fire, and carried my gear back to the road. That's when I realized the real problem. My truck was gone. It wasn't parked where I had left it. I stood there for several minutes trying to make sense of it. I checked the road in both directions, but it was gone. No tire tracks, no sign of a tow, no sign of anyone. Just more snow and more drag marks, faint ones, heading down the road in the direction I came from. I remember walking back to the cabin in a daze. I tried to stay calm, telling myself I had parked farther down the road than I remembered. Maybe I was just turned around. Maybe I would find it after another mile or two. But I didn't go back out that day. I stayed inside, double-checked the locks, and built the fire back up. I told myself I'd try again in the morning. That night, the scraping sound came back. Only this time it was right outside. I didn't move. I sat on the floor behind the cot, clutching the hatchet, watching the door. The noise went on for minutes. It moved slowly around the cabin, one long drag after another, like someone pulling something heavy through the snow, circling. Then it stopped. I waited another hour before I crept to the window. I didn't see anything, just the faint impression of something in the snow near the corner of the porch. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just waited for the light. When morning came, I grabbed my gear and left. I didn't care about the wait. I carried everything. I walked in the direction I had driven in, following the road for hours. My legs hurt. My hands were numb, but I didn't stop. I passed no one. I saw nothing. Eventually, I made it to a small ranger station that I had marked on my map when I first planned the trip. It was unmanned. The place looked like it hadn't been staffed in months, but there was a signal booster on the roof, and I managed to get a single bar of reception. I called for help. A state patrol unit showed up a few hours later. They found tire tracks near where I said I had parked, but no truck. No signs of a struggle. They asked me if I was sure I hadn't gotten lost or walked out on my own truck by accident. I told them everything. They nodded, took notes, but I could tell they didn't believe me. That was over 3 weeks ago. They never found my truck. They searched the area, sent a small team out to look near the cabin, but came back with nothing. No tracks, no evidence of anyone else. The snow had covered most of it. I didn't go with them. I didn't want to go back. I think about it every night now. I think about the drag marks and the scraping. I think about how I never saw anyone. Not once. Whatever it was, it didn't want to be seen. It just wanted to get closer. Slowly, quietly. I think about the metal I found in the snow. The chain. The way the road curved behind the tree line. The way the forest was too thick for anyone to move through easily. Someone or something was using that road at night. Not driving, not walking, just dragging. And now my truck is gone. But the part that sticks with me the most, the part one keep coming back to, is what the state patrol officer said as he drove me into town. He mentioned something about that road not being on recent maps. Said it used to lead to an old industrial site way up in the mountains. Said the site had been shut down in the early 80s and the access road had been closed off. He said there shouldn't have been a clear path to that cabin at all. But I found it, and someone else did too. Whatever was out there that week, it wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a monster. It was something real, something slow, something that had been there longer than I knew, and I don't think it was finished. I have always liked the quiet of the woods, the kind of quiet where the only sounds come from the wind moving through the trees and the occasional bird calling somewhere far off. It's a peace you don't get in the city. Maybe that is why I decided to spend a few days alone in a cabin far from the nearest town. The cabin was not new, but it was solid. It sat deep in the forest, at the end of a narrow dirt road. You had to drive about an hour on the highway, then another half hour down a bumpy gravel path through the trees before you got there. The owner of the cabin had told me it was mostly unused except for the summer months. It had no cell service, no internet, no television. Just a wood stove, a small kitchen, a bed, and a few chairs. I was ready for a break from everything. No work emails, no phone calls, no people. Just me, the forest, and the quiet. I arrived just before sunset. The air was cool but not cold. Early fall with leaves just starting to turn color. The smell of pine and damp earth was strong. I parked the car on a small clearing near the cabin, grabbed my backpack, and unlocked the door. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood and smoke from the stove that had not been cleaned in a while. There was a thin layer of dust on the floor and some spider webs in the corners. The windows looked out over tall trees and thick bushes. I opened a few to let in fresh air and then unpacked my things. The first night was quiet and calm. I made a simple dinner on the stove, canned beans and some bread I had brought, and sat by the small kitchen table with a cup of coffee. The light from the stove made shadows dance on the walls. Outside, I could hear the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig somewhere nearby. I went to bed early, tired from the drive. The mattress was thin but firm, and the blanket smelled faintly of smoke. I closed my eyes and listened to the sounds of the forest. The second day, I woke early. The sun was just starting to rise through the trees. I brewed coffee on the stove and sat on the porch, watching the morning light filter through the leaves. It was peaceful. I spent the morning walking in the woods nearby, following a narrow trail that wound between tall firs and maples. The ground was soft with moss and fallen leaves. I found a small creek with cold, clear water and sat by it for a while, dipping my hands in. I was happy to be away from the noise of the city. The quiet was a kind of comfort. But as the day went on, I started to notice little things. The way the wind sometimes seemed to shift suddenly, carrying sounds that didn't quite fit. I heard distant noises that I couldn't identify, maybe an animal, maybe something else. At one point, I thought I saw a figure moving between the trees, but when I looked again, there was nothing there. I told myself it was just my imagination. After all, I was alone and in unfamiliar woods. It was easy for the mind to play tricks. That night, I made a fire in the wood stove and cooked some canned soup. The warmth of the fire made the cabin feel less cold. I read a book by the light of a small lamp and tried to keep my mind calm. But then I started to hear sounds outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but the noises were too sharp, too close. There were footsteps on the dirt road near the cabin, slow and deliberate. I froze, listening hard. The footsteps stopped just outside the porch. Then I heard a low scrape, like someone dragging something heavy across the ground. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. After a few minutes, the sounds faded away. I waited a long time before I felt safe enough to move again. The next morning, I checked the area around the cabin. There were no signs of anyone, no footprints, no broken branches. The ground was damp from the night's rain, but nothing looked disturbed. Still, the feeling of being watched didn't leave me. I decided to spend most of the day inside, trying to keep busy. I cleaned the cabin a little, stacked some firewood, and fixed the latch on one of the windows. I told myself it was just the forest noises, that I was safe. But that evening, the noises came back, louder and more frequent. I could hear footsteps circling the cabin, scratches at the windows, heavy breathing just outside the door. I stayed inside, locked the doors and windows, and sat with my back to the wall. My heart was pounding, and sweat covered my forehead. I thought about calling for help, but there was no cell service. The nearest house was miles away, and I wasn't even sure anyone lived close by. I realized I was completely alone and vulnerable. The night passed slowly, filled with every noise amplified by fear. At one point, I heard a loud bang on the door, like someone trying to force it open. I grabbed a heavy kitchen knife for protection and waited until dawn. When morning came, I stepped outside carefully. There were fresh footprints in the dirt road. They were large and heavy, made by boots or work shoes. They circled the cabin but didn't lead anywhere else, as if whoever had been there was hiding nearby. I looked around the trees and bushes, but there was nothing. No people, no vehicles, no sign of what might have caused the sounds. That day, I packed my things quickly. I didn't want to stay another night. I loaded my backpack, locked the cabin, and walked back to the car. As I drove away, the feeling of relief was overwhelming. I told myself it was probably some hunters or trespassers looking for something in the woods. Maybe people who had seen me alone and wanted to scare me. But I knew the truth was worse. Someone had been close enough to try and get inside the cabin. Someone had been watching me. I didn't look back. In the days after, I checked with the local sheriff. They said there had been reports of trespassers and some thefts in the area. No one was arrested. The forest was known to attract all kinds of people looking for quiet or trouble. I never went back to that cabin. I still like the woods, but now I'm more careful about where I go and who might be nearby. The peaceful quiet can hide a lot. I don't know how to say this any other way. That week at the cabin was the scariest thing I've ever been through. I still can't shake the feeling of unease, the heavy weight on my chest, the constant awareness that something was off. Not ghosts, not monsters, just people. Or maybe just one person, something real and human. But before I get ahead of myself, I need to start from the beginning. The cabin was in a remote part of the forest, deep in the mountains. It wasn't one of those fancy, new cabins with modern features or hot tubs on the porch. It was old, made of rough, weathered logs with a rusty metal roof and a stone chimney that hadn't been used in a while. I rented it through a small local website, advertised as a quiet retreat for anyone wanting to get away from the noise of the city. No internet, no cell service, just nature and silence. That's what I wanted. I arrived late in the afternoon on a Tuesday, driving along narrow, winding roads surrounded by tall pine trees. The air smelled fresh and crisp, with a hint of pine and damp earth. The sun was starting to dip behind the mountains, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the forest floor. When I pulled up to the cabin, the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. No birds chirping, no bugs buzzing, just a strange, heavy silence. The cabin sat in a small clearing, about 50 feet from a narrow creek that gurgled quietly over smooth stones. The grass was overgrown, and wildflowers dotted the edges of the clearing. The front porch sagged slightly on one side, and the wooden steps creaked under my boots. I dropped my bags inside and took a deep breath. The interior smelled like old wood, dust, and a faint trace of mildew. The floors were rough pine planks, the walls lined with hunting trophies and faded photographs of people I didn't recognize. A cast iron stove sat in the corner of the main room, and a small pile of firewood leaned against the wall nearby. I had planned to spend the week hiking and reading, maybe writing a little in my journal. The idea of being alone in the forest was thrilling at first. I set up my sleeping bag in the small bedroom and made a fire in the stove. Outside, the sun dipped lower, and the sky turned a deep blue with stars beginning to appear. The temperature dropped quickly, and I wrapped myself in a blanket, listening to the crackle of the fire. That first night, I slept fitfully. The silence was so complete it felt unnatural. Every creak of the cabin made me jump, and I found myself listening for sounds I didn't want to hear. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside, crunching on the dry leaves. But when I looked out the window, there was nothing, just the dark forest, still and empty. The next day, I went for a long hike along a trail that ran parallel to the creek. The forest was thick with trees, moss hanging from the branches, and ferns carpeting the ground. I felt peaceful walking there, surrounded by the quiet sounds of nature. The water trickling, leaves rustling in the breeze, a distant woodpecker tapping on a tree. I marked a few spots on my map where I wanted to explore later in the week and took plenty of photos with my phone. Back at the cabin, I started to notice small things that unsettled me. My food supplies would shift slightly when I came back from the hike, though I had put them in sealed containers. The firewood outside seemed to be rearranged. Logs moved from one pile to another. At first, I told myself it was just the wind or animals, maybe a raccoon or a deer. But the feeling that someone else was around grew stronger. On the third night, it got worse. I woke up to the sound of someone walking just outside the cabin. Slow, deliberate steps on the wooden porch. My heart hammered in my chest as I lay still, holding my breath. The steps stopped at the door, and then I heard scratching, like someone trying to open it. I grabbed my flashlight and a heavy metal flashlight from the kitchen and stayed frozen, waiting for the sun to rise. The scratching went on for several minutes before finally stopping. Then, nothing. I didn't sleep much after that. When dawn finally came, I went outside to check the perimeter. There were footprints in the soft mud by the creek, bare footprints about my size. They led from the woods to the cabin and back. No other footprints nearby. Whoever had been there had come alone and left the same way. I thought about leaving, but I didn't want to admit defeat. The cabin was far from the nearest town, and I didn't have cell signal to call anyone. I packed my things quietly, planning to head back in the morning. But I wanted to see it through to spend one more night. That afternoon, I found fresh footprints again on the path leading to the cabin. But these were not the same size. They were bigger, heavier. Something about the spacing of the steps told me whoever it was had been walking with purpose, not casually passing by. I felt eyes on me every time I stepped outside. The forest didn't feel like a peaceful retreat anymore. It felt like a trap. The fourth night was the worst. I heard the footsteps again, this time on the roof. Slow, heavy thuds like someone walking above me. I grabbed the axe I had brought for chopping firewood and sat by the door, flashlight in one hand, axe in the other. I didn't sleep. Every time the footsteps moved, I tensed, ready to strike. In the morning, I went outside and looked up at the roof. I saw scratches in the wood and some small holes where animals had chewed. But the deep gouges looked like they had been made by nails or claws. I checked the trees around the cabin and found more footprints. They were getting closer. That evening, I decided to block all the windows with furniture I could find. Chairs, tables, even my backpack, wedged tightly against the glass. I slept in the middle of the room with the axe close by. Still, the footsteps continued outside, circling the cabin, pausing at the doors and windows. The fear was suffocating. On the 5th day, I left the cabin and walked to a small dirt road about 2 miles away. I finally got a weak phone signal and called for help. The local ranger said he would come by the next day to check on the cabin and me. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the door, eyes wide open, listening. Around midnight, I heard voices, low, muffled talking in the woods, just beyond the clearing. I couldn't make out what they said. The voices faded after a few minutes, but I knew I wasn't alone out there. The ranger arrived the next morning, a tall man in a green uniform. He looked around the cabin carefully, inspecting the footprints and scratch marks. He told me that people sometimes came through the area illegally, camping or hunting without permission. Sometimes they left trash or caused trouble, but he had never seen anything like what I described. We packed up my things, and he drove me back to town. On the way, I noticed old hunting cabins along the road, some abandoned, others in use by locals. The ranger told me to report any suspicious activity immediately. After that week, I tried to put the experience behind me, but I never stopped looking over my shoulder. I kept checking locks twice, always aware of my surroundings. The silence of the forest that once felt like freedom had turned into something dark and threatening. I realized that sometimes the scariest things don't come from legends or ghost stories. Sometimes they come from real people, real danger in the quiet places we think are safe. I never went back to that cabin. The memories still haunt me, but I'm stronger now. I learned to trust my instincts, to prepare better, and to never underestimate how alone and vulnerable you can feel when the wilderness turns against you. Not with ghosts, but with something far more real. I never thought that a simple weekend trip to a cabin in the woods could turn into one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I've always liked the idea of being away from the city, away from the noise, the people, and the constant rush of everyday life. The cabin was supposed to be a place to clear my head, to disconnect from everything, and to enjoy a little solitude. But what happened there changed how I view being alone in the wilderness forever. It was early October when I left. The air was crisp and cool, the kind of cold that nips at your skin but isn't quite winter yet. The leaves were changing colors, bright yellows, reds, and browns, creating a perfect autumn scene that made the whole trip seem inviting. The plan was simple: drive out, spend a few nights in the cabin, read, hike, maybe fish in the nearby lake. Nothing fancy. I packed a bag with clothes, food, a few books, and my camera. I told myself I didn't need much more. The drive took longer than I expected. The roads became narrower and rougher, twisting through dense forests and hills. There was no cell signal once I got close to the cabin, so I made sure to let someone know where I was going. I even left a note on my kitchen table at home with the address and when I planned to return, just in case. When I finally arrived, the cabin was exactly what I hoped for. It was a small wooden structure with a porch facing a clearing in the woods. The windows were dusty but intact, and the smell of old wood mixed with the scent of pine filled the air. It wasn't fancy or new, but it had character. The roof had a few missing shingles, and the steps creaked under my weight, but it was solid. Inside, the cabin was dim but cozy. There was a small wood stove, a table, a couple of chairs, and a bed in the corner. It was perfect. The first night was quiet, almost too quiet. I was used to the city's background noise, the distant hum of traffic, the occasional siren, people talking in the streets. Here, all I could hear were the sounds of the forest. Leaves rustling, distant owls, and the occasional snap of a twig. I fell asleep with the windows open a little to let in the fresh air. On the second day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. There was a trail leading into the woods, and I followed it for hours, taking pictures of the trees and the wildlife. I found a small stream that fed into the lake nearby and sat by the water for a while. The sun was warm, and the forest felt alive with color and light. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't felt in a long time. That evening, as I was cooking dinner on the stove, I noticed something strange. The firewood I had brought in seemed to be missing a few pieces. I was sure I had stacked a full pile by the door when I arrived. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe I had misplaced some or they fell outside. The next morning, the same thing happened. A few pieces of firewood gone from the stack. I started to feel a little uneasy. I double-checked the windows and doors. Everything was locked. The cabin was isolated, no neighbors close enough to borrow from or leave a note for. That afternoon, I went out to gather more firewood in the forest. I stayed close to the cabin, chopping wood and stacking it carefully. When I came back, I found the stack disrupted. Some logs were moved, others missing. I felt my skin prickling. I didn't see any animals big enough to carry away firewood, and if it were smaller animals, they wouldn't be able to move the logs like that. I tried to tell myself I was imagining things. Maybe the wind knocked some logs down, or maybe I was miscounting. Still, the feeling of being watched began to creep in. I was alone, deep in the woods, and something wasn't right. That night, I slept with the cabin door locked and bolted from the inside. I had a small knife in my nightstand, and I kept it close. The woods outside were pitch dark, and the shadows cast by the moonlight looked like they were alive. Every sound made me jump. The crack of a branch, the hoot of an owl, even the scurrying of small animals. I told myself to calm down, that nothing was there, but the fear didn't go away. The following day was worse. I woke up early to start a hike along a trail I hadn't tried before. It was steep and rough, with thick bushes on either side. I liked the challenge. As I walked, I noticed something odd: marks on the trees. At first, they looked like natural scars from branches breaking, but then I realized they were deliberate. There were scratches, deep, jagged, and placed high on the trunks. Notched marks that looked like some kind of signal or warning. I stopped and looked around carefully. The forest was still. No birds singing, no animals moving. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. I felt a cold wave pass through me. My heart was pounding as I scanned the area. Then I saw it: footprints. They were large and heavy, like boots. They didn't belong to any wildlife. The prints were fresh, leading deeper into the woods and circling back toward the cabin. My stomach twisted. I had the sudden urge to run back, but I didn't want to panic. I took pictures of the marks and footprints with my camera, thinking I would examine them later. I followed the path back carefully, eyes peeled for anything unusual. When I got to the cabin, I locked the door behind me and sat down to think. I tried to focus on the simple things: lighting the stove, cooking some food, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been nearby, maybe even watched me. That night, the noises started. Not the normal forest sounds, but something else. Soft footsteps outside the cabin. Slow, deliberate. Sometimes a faint rustling in the bushes. I kept my knife close and didn't open the door. I didn't want to look, but I was sure someone was out there. I stayed awake most of the night, listening. The footsteps stopped just before dawn, and I felt a small relief when the first light came through the windows. I knew I couldn't stay if someone was lurking nearby. The next day, I packed up my things quickly. I gathered my camera, food, and clothes, and I took one last look around the cabin. The woodpile was once again disturbed. The scratches on the trees were even clearer now, and the footprints were everywhere. Someone had been watching me for days. As I drove away, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, expecting to see a figure in the woods. But there was nothing, only trees and silence. I told myself that it was probably just hunters or local people who didn't want strangers near their land. Maybe they left warnings to keep people away. But the way they moved, the way they disturbed the cabin, it wasn't friendly. Back home, I called the local ranger station. They told me that the area around the cabin was known for illegal hunting and sometimes trespassing. People would sometimes mark trees to warn others off. They confirmed that there had been reports of suspicious activity recently. Nothing official, just rumors and complaints. That helped me understand what had happened. It wasn't ghosts or monsters. It was real people, people who didn't want anyone in their space, and who were willing to scare me off. I was lucky nothing worse happened. Now, every time I think about that trip, I feel a mix of relief and dread. Relief that I got away safely. Dread at the thought that someone was watching me so closely, so quietly, without me even realizing it at first. It made me respect the wild places in a new way, not just for their beauty, but for their dangers that come from other humans. I don't plan to go back to that cabin. Not now, maybe not ever. I still like nature, but I know now that being alone in the woods means more than just facing the elements. Sometimes, the scariest things are the ones that walk quietly in the shadows, watching and waiting. I had been looking forward to the trip for months. After working non-stop for over a year, barely seeing daylight through my office window, I decided it was time to get away from the noise, the city, and the people. I wanted quiet. I wanted peace. I wanted nature in its rawest form. So I rented a small cabin deep in the woods, miles away from any town or road. I didn't even want cell phone service. Just me, the trees, and the silence. The cabin was a modest structure, built of rough logs with a tin roof, sitting on a small clearing surrounded by thick forest. It had an old wood stove, a small kitchen with minimal utensils, a single bedroom with a worn-out mattress, and a small porch that faced a narrow stream. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. The place looked forgotten, untouched by time, but sturdy enough to keep out the cold. I drove in late afternoon, the sun low and orange, casting long shadows between the tall trees as I navigated the dirt road leading to the cabin. There was no one else around for miles. My phone lost signal halfway through the drive, and I didn't care. I parked next to the cabin and stepped out. The quiet was immediate and heavy. No cars, no airplanes, no voices, just the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the stream. I spent the first few hours unpacking, organizing my things, and chopping some firewood I had brought. The wood was dry and cracked, perfect for a fire. I had brought canned food, bottled water, a few books, and a small first aid kit. I wanted to be prepared but also keep things simple. I wasn't planning on staying more than 4 days. That night, I lit a fire in the stove. The warm orange glow filled the cabin, pushing back the darkness outside the windows. The wind howled softly through the trees, making the branches scrape against the cabin's walls. It was a comforting sound, familiar yet wild. I cooked a simple meal on the stove, the smell of beans and rice filling the air. I settled on the floor near the fire with a book, feeling safe and content. But that feeling didn't last. As darkness fell deeper, and the fire dwindled to glowing embers, I started to notice strange noises outside. It wasn't the usual sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the distant call of an owl, but something else. A faint snapping of twigs, a soft crunch on dry leaves, and occasional thumps. It was irregular and seemed too deliberate, too close. At first, I thought it was a deer or a raccoon, but as the night stretched on, the sounds grew closer, more frequent. My heart started beating faster. I told myself to stay calm, that animals lived in the woods and were probably curious about the cabin and its human visitor. Still, the noises made me uneasy. I locked the cabin door and windows, double-checked my small axe leaning by the stove, and tried to focus on my book again. But my eyes kept darting toward the windows, expecting to see movement, shadows, something that would explain the sounds. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I drifted off, I woke up to another snap or rustle. Once, I heard heavy breathing outside, barely audible but chilling. The wind had stopped, and the forest felt unnervingly still, except for those breaths. I stayed awake until dawn, staring into the dark, waiting. When the sun finally rose, painting the sky with pale light, I stepped outside cautiously. The forest was peaceful and bright, with birds singing and the stream gurgling as if nothing had disturbed the night. I looked around the clearing and noticed something that hadn't been there before. Footprints. Large, heavy prints leading from the edge of the trees toward the cabin and then back again. They were too big to be from any animal I knew. I bent down to examine them more closely. The prints had a deep indentation, like someone carrying a heavy load or wearing boots with thick soles. My stomach tightened. I was not alone. I spent the rest of the day gathering more firewood, exploring the nearby forest carefully but keeping close to the cabin. The woods were dense and thick with underbrush, fallen branches, and patches of moss. Every few steps, I heard twigs snapping behind me or leaves rustling, but whenever I turned around, there was nothing. No one. The feeling of being watched crept over me, growing heavier as the hours passed. I tried to distract myself by reading and cooking meals, but my mind kept returning to the footprints and the strange noises from the night before. I thought about leaving, but the nearest road was miles away, and the dirt path was difficult to navigate in the dark or bad weather. That evening, I built a larger fire outside on the porch, hoping the light and smoke would keep whatever it was away. I stayed close to the cabin, eyes scanning the dark forest edges. The fire crackled loudly, and I listened to the night sounds, trying to convince myself everything was fine. But around midnight, the noises started again. This time, it was footsteps circling the clearing. Slow, heavy steps pacing around the cabin. I heard the crunch of leaves, the breaking of small branches, and a low, deliberate dragging sound. My heart raced so fast it felt like it would burst. I grabbed my axe and sat near the door, trying to calm my shaking hands. The moon was hidden by clouds, and the forest was a black wall around me. I strained to see movement but could only make out the shapes of trees swaying slightly in the breeze. Then, I heard a low grunt from the edge of the clearing, followed by silence. My mind jumped to worst-case scenarios. Someone trespassing, a criminal hiding in the woods, or worse. I realized I had no way to call for help. No signal, no neighbors, nothing but my own strength and wits. I stayed awake all night again, fire burning low in the stove. The footsteps circled until dawn, then disappeared with the first light. The next day, I was too afraid to stay in the cabin. I packed my things quickly and decided to hike back to the main road to find help or at least get back to civilization. I moved carefully through the woods, keeping to the path I had taken before. But as I walked, I noticed signs that someone had followed me. Broken branches along the trail, fresh footprints in the soft earth, and occasional marks on trees like someone had scraped the bark. The woods suddenly felt hostile, like a trap closing in. I quickened my pace, heart pounding in my chest, sweat running down my back despite the cool air. After several hours, I reached the dirt road. Relief washed over me like a wave. I saw no cars or people, but the road was better than the forest. I started walking along the edge, hoping to find a passing vehicle or a house. As I walked, I saw a small, abandoned hunting blind made of wood, about 50 feet from the road. It looked old and weathered, covered in moss and spiderwebs. I decided to investigate, thinking it might provide shelter if night came before I found help. Inside the blind, it was cramped but dry. I sat down, trying to catch my breath and calm my nerves. The forest around me was quiet again, but the feeling of being watched never fully left. Suddenly, I noticed marks on the inside walls of the blind, scratches and small symbols carved into the wood. Some looked like tally marks, others were strange lines or shapes. They weren't natural. Someone had been here recently. Panic rose again. Whoever had been in the woods with me had left these signs, maybe to mark territory or to warn others. I waited in the blind until nightfall, trying not to make any noise. The stars came out, cold and distant. I wrapped my jacket tighter around me and tried to stay alert. I knew I couldn't stay here forever. I had to get help. The next morning, I finally spotted a pickup truck down the road. I waved frantically, and the driver stopped. I told him about the cabin, the footsteps, and the strange marks. He nodded grimly and said I wasn't the first to report odd things in those woods. Apparently, the area was popular with hunters and trappers, some of whom were known to be violent or territorial. He offered to drive me back to the nearest town, where I could report everything to the police. When I returned with them, the cabin was inspected. They found footprints, the remains of my firewood piles scattered, and signs someone had been watching from a distance. No one was ever caught or found, but the police warned me to stay away from the area. Looking back, I realized how isolated and vulnerable I was in those woods. The fear wasn't from ghosts or stories, but from real people who used the forest to hide, to stalk, and sometimes to threaten. The silence of the woods can be terrifying when you know you are not alone, and the closest help is miles away. I never returned to that cabin. The quiet I sought turned into a nightmare of fear and paranoia. It taught me that sometimes the scariest things aren't the things we imagine, but the real dangers hiding in the places we least expect. I was never the kind of person who craved the cold. I liked the idea of winter, the quiet, the snow-covered trees, the stillness, but I had only experienced it in short bursts. I grew up in a mild climate. Winters were rainy, sometimes frosty, but not much more. That year, I decided to change things up. I had some money saved, I was between jobs, and I thought a few months in a quiet, remote cabin would be the perfect break from everything. I found a listing online. The owner lived in Florida and said the cabin hadn't been used in years. It was way up north, buried in the woods about 2 hours from the nearest town. No Wi-Fi, no TV, just me, a wood stove, a generator, and plenty of supplies. That was the plan. 3 months in the wilderness to rest, clear my head, and maybe figure out what I wanted to do next. I arrived in late November, just as the first real snow started falling. The owner had warned me that once the snow got deep, the road in would be useless. So I parked my car a half-mile down the hill near a gravel pull-off and hauled everything up with a sled. The cabin looked like something from a postcard. It had a slanted roof, thick log walls, and a little porch with a frozen-over rocking chair. Everything inside smelled like dust, wood, and time. The first couple of weeks were fine. I chopped wood, read books, cooked meals on the old propane stove, and listened to the wind outside. It got dark early, and the nights were long. I slept in a thick sleeping bag on a cot in the corner of the main room. It was cold, but I managed. The stove worked well when I kept feeding it, and the generator gave me a couple of hours of electricity in the evenings. I started keeping track of the days by marking slashes on a page in my notebook. By mid-December, the snow was chest deep. I could still make it down to the car if I needed, but it took over an hour each way, and it drained me. I had packed enough food and water to last a couple of months, so I didn't plan to go anywhere. I melted snow for washing and drinking. I kept the inside temperature above freezing by waking up every few hours to load the stove. I stopped setting alarms. I just woke naturally from the cold creeping in or the fire dying out. I wasn't scared. Not at first. That changed when I noticed the first tracks. I had been walking the perimeter of the cabin one afternoon after a fresh snow. I liked to do a little loop, just to stretch my legs and keep from getting stiff. On this day, I saw something strange. Footprints. Not mine. I knew what mine looked like. My boots had a chipped sole pattern that left a jagged imprint. These were rounded, heavier, like work boots. They came from the trees and circled the cabin, once, then veered off toward the woods. I crouched and looked at them closely. They weren't fresh, probably a day or so old, based on how the snow had crusted over them. That confused me. I hadn't heard anything. No snowmobiles.
No distant motors.
No voices. And nobody should have been up here. The land didn't border any popular hiking routes or hunting areas. It was private and forgotten. I followed the tracks for a few minutes into the trees until they disappeared in a drift. I stood there for a while, listening. Nothing. Just the wind in the branches and the creak of a tree swaying somewhere nearby. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe someone had wandered up, got turned around, left. But something about how those tracks circled the cabin first, that bothered me. The next night, I kept a fire going longer than usual. I brought the axe inside and leaned it against the wall by my bed. I didn't sleep well. Every time the wind hit the side of the cabin or a log popped in the stove, I jolted awake. Nothing happened, though. The morning was quiet. I walked around again. No new prints, but I started feeling watched after that. It's hard to explain. There was no noise, no movement, just a feeling like something was waiting in the trees. When I looked out the frosted windows, I imagined eyes behind every branch. I kept the curtains drawn most of the time after that. A week passed then too. I tried to shake it. I wrote it off as isolation getting to my head. Cabin fever. That's a real thing. I spent more time reading, writing in my notebook, cooking. I rationed my supplies. I had enough, but I wanted to stretch them out. I listened to the radio some nights, mostly static, but sometimes I'd get a distant station with weather or music. Then one morning I opened the front door and found something stuck into the porch railing. A knife. It was old, rusted, with a cracked wooden handle. It had been jabbed into the top beam of the porch, the blade buried halfway in. It wasn't mine. I just stood there for a long time. I didn't touch it. I looked for tracks, but the wind had blown loose snow everywhere. Nothing clear. I pulled the knife out and threw it deep into the woods. That afternoon, I chopped wood until my arms shook. I needed to burn off the tension. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat by the stove with the axe across my knees and listened. Every sound was louder than usual. I thought I heard something once, like footsteps in snow. But when I yanked the door open, there was nothing, just the trees. The next morning, I found the knife again. It was on the porch, handle pointing toward the door. This time, I took it inside and locked it in the supply trunk. I started making plans to leave. It wasn't easy. The snow was deep, and I hadn't checked on the car in weeks. I had to walk the full half-mile downhill in heavy boots and thick clothes. I left just after sunrise. The sky was pale, and the cold bit through my gloves. Every sound in the woods made me turn my head. I reached the car. The battery was dead. That was the first time I really panicked. I slammed the door shut and screamed into the trees. Nobody answered. I checked the trunk. There were a few granola bars, a blanket, jumper cables I couldn't use. I stood there shaking for a while, then started the long walk back. When I got to the cabin, the door was open. It had been shut and locked when I left. I was sure of it. I crept up, holding the axe in both hands. Inside, nothing looked broken or stolen. But someone had been there. The trunk was open. The knife was gone. I considered building a fire and waiting out the rest of the winter with one eye open. But I couldn't do it anymore. I packed a bag that night, essentials only. Water, food, gloves, map, compass, flashlight. I planned to hike out. It would take over a day, maybe two, but I had done worse in better weather. First light, I left. I made it maybe 4 miles the first day, hiking through knee-deep snow, past frozen creeks and silent woods. I built a fire in a shallow snow pit, set up a tarp, and tried to sleep. I kept the axe close again. In the middle of the night, I woke up. There were tracks near the fire, not fresh enough to be made while I was sleeping. I must have built camp right where someone else had walked earlier that day. I didn't sleep after that. The second day, I kept moving. My legs were weak, my face raw. I rationed water. Around noon, I passed a small hunting shelter, just a roof and some old wood. Inside was a metal canteen half full. I didn't touch it. I reached the edge of the woods by sunset. I saw a road, maybe 300 yards away. A 2-lane highway, mostly buried, but plowed enough to drive on. I ran toward it. A plow truck passed 2 hours later. I flagged it down and told the driver I'd gotten lost snowshoeing. He gave me a ride to town. I didn't mention the cabin. I didn't mention the knife or the tracks. I stayed in a motel for 3 nights. The third night, someone knocked on my door. I didn't open it. I waited, holding the axe like a maniac. The knock didn't come again. I looked through the peephole. Nothing. I checked out before sunrise and bought a bus ticket 3 states south. I never went back for the car. I never contacted the cabin owner. I changed my number. It's been over a year. I still wake up cold some nights. I still check the porch out of habit. I haven't told anyone this story, not the real version. I've read about people disappearing in the woods, especially in winter. It happens more than you'd think. I didn't disappear, but I got close. Someone knew I was up there. Someone watched me. And the scariest part isn't that they wanted to hurt me. It's that they never needed to. They just waited, watched, let me lose sleep, let me go crazy with silence and snow and fear. And maybe they followed me. Maybe they still are. But that winter, in that cabin, they had me exactly where they wanted. And they didn't have to do a thing. I never thought a simple trip to a cabin in the woods could turn into one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. The story I'm about to share isn't full of ghosts, monsters, or any supernatural nonsense. It's just real. Real fear, real danger, and real mistakes that made me question everything around me. It's a story I've kept to myself for a long time because the memory still haunts me, but maybe sharing it will finally put it to rest. It all began with the idea of getting away from the city noise and stress. I was burnt out from work and everything else in my life. I thought a few days in a quiet cabin, surrounded by nature, would help me reset. No internet, no phone calls, just the woods and me. I found a small cabin to rent deep in the forest, about 3 hours from my home. The photos looked perfect: a rustic little wooden cabin with a stone chimney, a porch with a creaky old swing, and a small lake nearby. The owner said it was peaceful and private, ideal for someone who wanted to be alone for a while. I packed up my car with the bare essentials: food, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, extra batteries, a map, and some clothes. I made sure to bring a fully charged power bank for my phone, just in case. The cabin had no Wi-Fi or cell signal, so I told a close friend where I was going and when I'd be back, just in case something happened. I was careful to leave my plans with someone because I'd heard enough stories of people disappearing in the woods to know better. The drive there was uneventful. I took the highway for a while, then turned off onto a narrow, winding road that led into the forest. The trees grew taller and closer together the further I went. At some points, the road was barely wide enough for one car. The sky was clear, and the sun was just starting to drop behind the hills when I finally saw the cabin through the trees. It looked exactly like the pictures, peaceful and still, like it was waiting for me. The cabin itself was small, with a single room that had a wood stove in the corner, a small table with 2 chairs, and a bed pushed against one wall. The windows had thin curtains that fluttered slightly with the evening breeze. I put my bags down and went out to explore the surroundings. The lake was maybe a 5-minute walk through the trees. It was calm, the surface smooth like glass, reflecting the fiery colors of the sunset. I felt a brief moment of calm wash over me, a deep breath of fresh air I hadn't realized I needed so badly. That first night, I built a fire in the wood stove to keep warm. The cabin was cold, more than I expected, and the walls were thin. I ate a simple dinner of canned soup warmed over the stove and settled in to read a book by flashlight. The sounds outside were strange but not scary. The occasional bird call, the rustle of leaves as a gentle wind blew through the trees. But as the night grew deeper, the sounds changed. The forest became more alive in a way I hadn't noticed before. Branches cracked under the weight of something moving just beyond the tree line. Leaves rustled sharply. Every now and then, a heavy thump sounded near the cabin. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. The area was known for wildlife, and I wasn't exactly in a city anymore. Sleep was hard to come by. The unfamiliar noises kept me alert, and I found myself checking the windows several times to make sure nothing was near. At one point, I heard a low growl, deep and guttural, that didn't sound like any animal I'd heard before. I froze, heart pounding. It came from the woods on the far side of the lake. I didn't want to think about it, but I knew I wasn't alone out here. The second day, I tried to keep busy. I gathered some firewood, checked my supplies, and walked along the edge of the lake again. The sky was overcast, and a cool mist hung in the air. The trees were dense, their branches tangled high above. It was easy to get turned around if you weren't paying attention. I made sure to mark my path with small piles of stones and broken branches so I could find my way back to the cabin. While walking near the water, I spotted some old footprints in the mud. They were large, human-like, but the spacing and depth suggested someone much heavier or carrying a load. I paused, scanning the tree line, but saw nothing. I felt a sudden unease that made me pick up my pace back toward the cabin. When I got back, I noticed the cabin door was slightly ajar. I was certain I had locked it before leaving. My hands shook as I stepped inside. Nothing was missing or out of place, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I double-checked every lock and barricaded the door with a heavy chair from the dining table. That night, the noises outside got worse. The thumps and scratches were louder, closer. I heard something large moving near the back of the cabin. I sat by the fire, flashlight in hand, heart hammering in my chest. The growling came again, low and angry, and suddenly a loud crash shook the cabin's back wall. I jumped to my feet and grabbed the small hatchet I'd brought for emergencies. I forced myself to look out the back window, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. There, just beyond the porch, I saw large shapes moving between the trees. My breath caught in my throat. There were at least two of them, massive and heavy. They moved fast, slipping between the shadows like predators. I tried calling 911, but no signal. My phone battery was already low, and the power bank was still charging. I was trapped in a cabin with something dangerous lurking outside. The next morning, I debated leaving immediately, but the road was muddy from last night's rain, and my car was parked some distance away on a small dirt path. I needed to be careful. I spent the day securing the cabin as best as I could, boarding up the windows with old planks I found in the shed and gathering as much firewood as possible. I kept a heavy metal rod next to the door, ready for whatever might come. At one point, I stepped outside to get water from a nearby stream, careful to stay alert. The forest felt silent, almost too quiet, like the animals had all vanished. My skin prickled with a sense of being watched, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. Later that afternoon, as I was chopping wood near the back of the cabin, I noticed fresh footprints around the perimeter. They were much bigger than mine, and the deep impressions suggested someone or something heavy. They circled the cabin, sometimes getting as close as a few feet from the walls. Panic started to set in. Whoever or whatever was out there knew I was here, and it wasn't just a wild animal. I spent the evening in a state of hypervigilance. Every noise made me jump. The wind howled through the trees, and I could hear twigs snapping close by. At one point, I saw shadows moving just outside the window, large figures that didn't resemble any animals I knew. Sleep was impossible. I kept my eyes open, flashlight scanning the dark, heart pounding like a drum. On the third day, the situation worsened. The thumping and scratching on the cabin walls became relentless. I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to figure out what was out there. I packed a small bag with essentials: food, water, the hatchet, the metal rod, my phone and charger, and prepared to leave. Before stepping outside, I looked through the window and saw a large shape standing just beyond the porch. It was broad, taller than any man I'd ever seen. It didn't move away when I turned on the flashlight. My breath caught, and I knew it wasn't human. The eyes, reflecting the light, stared directly at me. I forced myself to step outside. The air was cold and thick with tension. The figure didn't move, just watched me silently. I moved quickly to the car, trying not to make noise. My hands trembled as I unlocked the door and started the engine. As I pulled away, I saw more figures emerging from the trees, large and menacing, blocking the road ahead. Panic surged through me. I slammed on the brakes, heart racing. My mind scrambled for options. The car was stuck in the mud, tires spinning uselessly. I grabbed my bag and ran into the woods, away from the cabin and the shapes. The forest was dense and dark, branches scratching at my clothes and face. I didn't stop to look back. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached. Eventually, I found a dirt trail that led downhill. I followed it, hoping it connected to a main road. After what felt like hours, I stumbled onto a small rural road. A passing car noticed me and stopped. I told them my story as best I could. They called the police, and a search party was organized for the cabin. The police found the cabin exactly as I left it. The windows boarded up, doors locked, but the outside was covered in massive footprints and scratch marks. No signs of the figures I described, but the tracks suggested something very large had been there. It turned out that the area had been recently visited by a group of escaped circus animals. Specifically, several bears that had broken loose from a nearby wildlife park. The large shapes I saw were wild bears, hungry and dangerous, drawn to the cabin by the smell of food and human presence. The growls, thumps, and scratches were the bears trying to get inside. The heavy footprints matched the paw prints found around the cabin. The police confirmed that the bears had been roaming the forest for days, causing problems for locals. I was lucky to escape with my life. I rented the cabin because I thought I needed to clear my head. Work had been too much lately. I was putting in long hours every week, doing the kind of repetitive screen staring tasks that make your thoughts feel like static. I wasn't sleeping well either. It was always emails, texts, buzzing, schedules, meetings, the weight of invisible things that never ended. I kept waking up in the middle of the night thinking I had forgotten something important, but never remembered what. A friend of mine told me to take a break. He suggested a few places, and I found one that looked good online. It was a small wooden cabin up in the foothills about 2.5 hours away from the city. The ad said it had no Wi-Fi, no phone signal, just a small fireplace, a solar battery for a few lights, and plenty of space to hike. That was all I wanted. When I pulled off the last stretch of highway and onto the dirt road, I realized just how far it really was from everything else. There were no gas stations for at least 40 minutes before the turnoff. Once I passed the last little house, maybe half an hour before the cabin, I didn't see a single person, car, or mailbox. Just the road, pine trees, and steep slopes. The last mile was narrow and winding with ruts and loose rocks, and I had to take it slow in my car. By the time I reached the place, the sky was turning orange. The sun slipped between the hills and trees like it was being swallowed by them. The air felt clean, cold, no sound but wind and birds. The cabin was smaller than I expected. It had one level, a sloped roof, and a short front porch with 2 wooden steps. The windows were narrow. The walls were dark-stained wood. Some of the planks warped slightly, but it looked solid. There was a shed about 30 feet behind it, with some tools stacked outside under a lean-to. Inside was basic but clean. One small bed with an old wool blanket, a narrow table by the wall, a shelf with some basic dry goods, propane stove, a big cast iron pan. No running water, but there were several jugs stacked beside the door. A single bulb lamp hung by a wire from the ceiling, turned on when I flicked the switch, so I knew the battery had a charge. I unpacked slowly, trying to breathe, letting the quiet settle in my chest. It was the first time in weeks I felt like I didn't have anything to do. I spent the first evening reading. I had brought a few books I kept meaning to start. I made some simple food on the stove, sat on the steps outside while the light drained out of the trees, then went back in and wrapped myself in the blanket. I had expected to have a hard time sleeping. New place, new bed, but I fell asleep fast. The first few days were peaceful. I woke with the light, ate breakfast, hiked down one of the narrow trails that wound away from the cabin into the woods. Most of the paths were overgrown, but not hard to follow. I found a stream, picked up interesting rocks, sat on logs, watched squirrels. I liked the silence, but something started to feel off. It wasn't something loud or obvious, not even something I could explain at first. But around the 3rd day, I started to notice things that made the quiet feel too quiet. It started with the trees. The woods around the cabin were pine and fir, not that dense, but enough to keep things shady. On one of the hikes, I took a side path and walked maybe 2 miles out downhill. When I decided to turn back, I realized I hadn't seen or heard a single bird. Not one. No rustling, no chirping, no wings. Just wind and my footsteps. Then I noticed that the underbrush seemed flattened in places, like something heavy had moved through. I told myself it was probably deer or elk, but the tracks didn't look right. There weren't clear hoof prints, just broad, matted patches, long lines where branches had been dragged. I didn't see claw marks, didn't see fur, just signs that something large had moved through not long ago. Back at the cabin that night, I had trouble sleeping. The wind sounded like footsteps. Every creak of the wood made me hold my breath. I lay there under the blanket, staring at the ceiling, trying to remind myself I was just on edge from being alone so long. In the morning, I went outside and saw something strange. The firewood I had stacked the day before had been knocked over. It wasn't just wind. The pieces were scattered, some thrown several feet from the pile. I checked the ground but didn't see any animal prints. I walked around the cabin. No signs of anything forced or broken. The shed was closed. The tools were still where I left them, but there were scratches on the porch. Long, thin marks near the edge of the boards. I thought maybe raccoons. I tried to forget about it, but it didn't stop. That night, I woke up just after 2 a.m. It was dead silent. No wind.
No insects.
No sound. I lay there still, heart pounding, and then I heard it. A slow, deliberate scrape on the wall. Not a branch in the wind. Not an animal scurrying. It was slow, steady, like metal or claws being dragged across the wood outside, just under the bedroom window. I stayed frozen for a full minute. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I didn't want to make a sound. I finally reached out slowly and grabbed the flashlight from beside the bed. I clicked it on, then walked to the window. Nothing. I opened the door, stepped outside, and swept the beam across the trees. Nothing moved. The woods were still. I circled the cabin once, slowly, keeping the light steady. I didn't see anything.
No prints. No scratches.
Nothing fresh, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stood on the porch for a long time, not wanting to go back inside. When I finally did, I locked the door and put the heavy cast iron pan beside the bed, just in case. The next day, I decided to leave a day early. I packed what I could and got the rest ready to throw in the car. But when I tried to start it, nothing happened. The dashboard lights blinked, then went dark. I turned the key again. Nothing. Not even the sound of the starter. The car was dead. I opened the hood, checked the battery. Everything looked fine.
No corrosion. No luose wires.
I tried again. Nothing. I didn't know what to do. There was no phone service this far out. No internet. No one nearby. The nearest house was miles away. I thought about hiking out, but it would be most of a day's walk to get back to the highway. And if I took the wrong trail or got turned around, I could end up deeper in the woods. I told myself I'd wait one more night, try the car again in the morning. Maybe it was something simple. That night was the worst. I didn't sleep. The scratching started again earlier this time. Closer. It wasn't just on one wall. It circled the cabin. Scrape. Paused. Scrape. Slow. Heavy. I turned off the lamp and sat in the dark, gripping the pan. Then I heard the doorknob rattle. Just once. Just a small shake, like someone was checking if it was locked. I sat there, barely breathing, my ears ringing with adrenaline. Then silence. I stayed like that for hours, back against the wall, flashlight off, pan in my lap. Eventually, light began to filter in through the cracks in the wall. Morning. The scratching had stopped. I opened the door slowly. There were prints this time. Not shoes, not paws, bare feet. Human, but they were wrong. Too wide, toes spaced too far apart. Deep impressions in the dirt. Heavy. They circled the cabin, stopping at the windows and door. I followed them for a few yards, but they vanished into the woods. I tried the car again. Still nothing. I took only what I could carry and started walking. I didn't take the main path. I cut straight down the slope, keeping the sun on my left so I'd head east toward the road. I pushed through branches, scrambled over rocks, fell once and scraped my leg open. I kept going. No brakes, no water, just walking. After hours, I found the road. I didn't stop. I walked another 2 hours before I saw the first car. I stepped into the road and waved like a maniac until it stopped. It was an old couple driving into town. They looked at me like I was crazy, bleeding, dirty, carrying a backpack and a frying pan. But they let me in. They drove me to a gas station where I called a tow truck and then a friend. I didn't go back to the cabin. I left the car to be picked up later. I never found out what it was. The tow truck guy said the car battery had been completely drained. like something had shorted it out or left the lights running for days. But I hadn't touched the lights, and it was fine before that night. I filed a report with the local sheriff, just in case, but they said there was no one living near there.
No ermits.
No missing persons. No one matching the footprints. I told them about the scratches, the footsteps, the prints. They wrote it down and nodded, but I could tell they didn't believe me. I never rented a cabin again. I don't go into the woods anymore. Even now, years later, sometimes I still dream about the sound. That slow, steady scrape on the wall, and I wake up wondering if I locked the door. It started as an ordinary plan. I had been working nonstop for months and needed a break. The city felt suffocating, loud, and tiring. I wanted to get away, somewhere quiet, far from people. That's how I ended up booking a small cabin deep in the woods, miles from the nearest town. The place was advertised as peaceful, surrounded by nature, with no neighbors nearby, just what I wanted. I arrived late afternoon, driving through winding country roads with the sun slowly setting behind the trees. The air was crisp, colder than I expected for early fall. The leaves were starting to turn, casting reds, oranges, and yellows all around. The forest was dense, and the gravel road to the cabin was rough. My car made little crunching noises as the tires moved over loose stones and fallen branches. The trees towered overhead, blocking the sky in some spots, creating dark shadows on the path. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it was smaller than I imagined, but cozy. A one-story wooden structure with faded brown paint and a stone chimney. The porch was narrow and creaky, with a couple of old rocking chairs sitting still. A small fire pit was set up near the porch, ringed with stones and some charred logs from previous fires. The windows were covered with thin curtains, and the front door had a rusty metal handle. It looked like it hadn't been used much in recent years. The silence was immediate. No cars, no voices, no animals that I could hear right away. Just the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. I dropped my bags inside and took a moment to look around the inside. The cabin smelled like old wood and dust, mixed with a faint scent of something like pine. There was a small kitchen area with a gas stove and a fridge that hummed softly. The furniture was simple. An old wooden table, a couple of chairs, a small couch, and a bed pushed against one wall. The power was off. The cabin ran on a generator for electricity, which I was told I could start if needed. I unpacked the few things I brought: a change of clothes, a book, some snacks, and my flashlight. I wanted to disconnect, so I left my phone on airplane mode. No calls, no messages, no distractions. Just me and the woods. The first night was quiet. I built a small fire in the pit outside and sat wrapped in a blanket, watching the flames flicker. The woods seemed peaceful in the firelight. The wind whispered softly through the branches, and somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. I thought about how good it felt to escape the city noise. But then, late that night, the strange sound started. At first, it was just faint cracking noises, like twigs snapping underfoot. I told myself it was probably deer or other wildlife moving around. It was normal for the forest. But the sounds didn't stop. They grew closer, more frequent, and louder. There were footsteps that didn't sound like animals. They were heavy, slow, deliberate. I sat up in bed, clutching my flashlight. The window was next to the bed, and I could see the dark trees swaying outside. I shone the light out, scanning the area, but there was nothing, just shadows. I tried to sleep again, but the footsteps kept circling around the cabin. It felt like someone was walking just outside, pacing slowly. I got up, pulled on my jacket, and went outside to check. The cold air hit my face hard, and the night was still and silent, except for the faint sound of the wind. I walked around the cabin's perimeter carefully, shining the flashlight into the dark woods. I found no footprints or any signs of someone nearby, just the forest floor, covered with dry leaves, and the occasional rock or root. The footsteps I heard seemed to vanish as soon as I stepped outside. I went back inside, locking the doors and windows. I kept my phone nearby just in case, even though I didn't want to use it. Eventually, I fell asleep, though my mind was restless. The next day, I decided to explore the surrounding area. I packed a small backpack with water, a map, and some snacks. The cabin was near a hiking trail that went deeper into the woods. The trail was narrow, covered in fallen leaves and pine needles. As I walked, the forest grew thicker, and the sunlight dimmed under the tall trees. The air smelled of damp earth and moss. I walked for a few hours, enjoying the solitude, watching squirrels dart between branches and birds flitting through the canopy. But the feeling of being watched never left me. Every time I stopped, I looked around, half expecting to see someone hidden behind a tree or bush, but there was never anyone. On the way back, I noticed something odd. Near a small clearing, I found scraps of fabric caught on branches, pieces of torn clothing. The colors were faded but looked like they came from modern clothes. I stared at them, feeling uneasy. Why would someone lose clothes in the middle of the forest? I took a picture with my phone and kept walking, trying not to think about it. When I returned to the cabin, I double-checked all the locks and windows. I also checked the fire pit and cleared out the ashes to prepare for another fire that night. That evening, as the sky darkened and the temperature dropped, the footsteps returned. They were louder now, closer. I stayed inside, sitting near the small fireplace in the cabin, which I lit using the wood stacked nearby. The warm glow filled the room, but it didn't chase away the cold feeling that crept over me. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again, but this time they stopped right outside the front door. A long silence followed. Then, a soft scrape, like something dragging across the wood. I froze, heart pounding. The door was locked, but I wasn't sure if whoever it was had a key or was trying to break in. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the drawer and held it tightly, listening. The scraping stopped. Then, a sudden loud knock, hard and quick. I jumped, my breath catching in my throat. Another knock, louder. I wanted to call the police, but my phone had no signal. The cabin was too remote. I looked for the generator keys to start the lights outside, but couldn't find them. Panic rose inside me. I sat very still, knife in hand, waiting for something to happen. After a few minutes, the knocking stopped. The footsteps retreated slowly, crunching over the gravel road away from the cabin. I stayed awake until dawn, too afraid to sleep. The first light was a relief. I checked the doors and windows again, no signs of forced entry. The next morning, I called the local sheriff's office from the nearest town, explaining the situation. They told me to stay put, and a deputy would come by later that day. I wasn't sure if that would help, but it was something. While waiting, I started packing. I didn't want to stay any longer. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like I was being hunted. That afternoon, the deputy arrived. He was an older man, quiet but serious. He checked around the cabin and found footprints outside. Large, heavy prints, bigger than mine, leading away into the woods. There were also drag marks near the front porch, the same scraping I heard the night before. He said it looked like someone had been around but didn't stay long. He warned me to be careful, as there had been reports of illegal hunters and trespassers in the area, people who might break into cabins looking for supplies or hiding from the law. He offered to stay with me overnight, but I refused. I just wanted to leave. I thanked him, packed my things fully, and locked up. On the drive back, I kept checking the rearview mirror. I felt like someone was following me. I stopped at a gas station and bought a pepper spray. I wasn't going back there. The experience stayed with me for a long time. I realized how vulnerable I was in the woods, how little control I had once someone unwanted decided to appear. The fear wasn't from ghosts or monsters, but from real people, real threats. That cabin trip wasn't peaceful, but it taught me to trust my instincts and respect the wilderness. It's not always quiet or safe out there. The forest was quiet when I first arrived. A stillness hung in the air that felt different from the usual sounds of birds chirping or the wind rustling through the leaves. It was a deep, heavy silence that seemed to press down on the small dirt road leading to the cabin I had rented for the weekend. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. A break from the constant noise of city life, work stress, and endless screens. A chance to be alone, to think, to breathe. The cabin was nothing fancy, exactly what I wanted. Small, wooden, with a stone chimney and a porch that creaked under my boots. It stood at the edge of a clearing, surrounded by thick pine trees. The air smelled fresh, piney, and damp from recent rain. There was a small fire pit outside, surrounded by roughly cut logs for sitting. I carried my bags inside, mostly warm clothes, food, water, and a few books, then took a long look around before closing the door behind me. Inside, the cabin was simple. A kitchen corner with an old stove and sink, a small table, and a few shelves with mismatched plates and cups. The floor was rough wood, worn in places. There was a couch with a blanket thrown over it, and a tiny bedroom with a single bed pushed against the wall. The windows were covered with thick curtains that blocked out most of the daylight. Felt cozy but bare. No internet, no phone signal. Just me and the woods. That first evening, I built a fire in the pit outside. The flames flickered orange and yellow, casting long shadows on the trees. The night was cool, but not cold enough to freeze. I sat on a log, watching the stars blink into existence above the black shapes of the treetops. It was peaceful, too peaceful almost. There was no other sound except for the crackling fire and the occasional hoot of an owl far off. I went inside when the fire died down and prepared a simple meal of canned beans and bread. Eating alone felt strange but not unpleasant. It was quiet enough that I could hear my own breathing, the small creaks of the cabin settling, and the occasional soft thud outside, maybe a squirrel or a bird landing on a branch. I told myself I was safe here. The cabin had been here for years, and others had stayed without problems. This was just nature. That night, I slept poorly. The bed was thin and creaked every time I moved. Outside, the wind picked up and rattled the windows. Every noise seemed louder in the silence. Around 2 a.m, I woke suddenly. My heart pounded. There was a noise, a soft scraping coming from the porch. I lay still, staring into the dark. The sound stopped. I told myself it was just an animal, a raccoon or a deer, but I couldn't fall back asleep. I kept hearing small noises, like footsteps crunching on dry leaves, but I never saw anything outside when I checked the window. The feeling of being watched crept in, and I pulled the blanket tighter over me. Morning came with the weak light of dawn filtering through the curtains. I got up and made coffee, hoping the sunlight and caffeine would clear my nerves. The forest looked normal from the window, green and calm, with birds starting to sing. I decided to explore a little. There was a narrow trail that started just beyond the clearing. I walked slowly, listening to the sounds of the forest waking up, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. The trail wound through dense trees and thick underbrush. After about a mile, it ended at a small stream with clear water running over smooth stones. I sat on a rock and drank some water from my bottle, feeling more relaxed. It was a perfect spot for a weekend getaway. I took some pictures with my phone, but the signal was too weak to upload anything. That was fine. I wanted to disconnect anyway. As I headed back to the cabin, I noticed something odd. A set of footprints in the soft earth. They were large, maybe size 12 or 13, and seemed fresh. I froze and looked around, but there was no one in sight. The prints led from the trail toward the cabin, then stopped near the edge of the clearing. I felt a chill, but told myself it was probably a hunter or someone else renting a cabin nearby. Back inside, I locked the doors and windows, even though I didn't really expect anyone to come. I tried to focus on a book, but the uneasy feeling stayed with me. The next day, I went further down the trail, carrying a small knife for safety. The woods were dense and shadows deepened under the tall trees. I found a fallen tree with moss growing thick on its bark and paused to take pictures. The quiet was different now, less peaceful, more tense. I couldn't explain it, but I felt eyes on me. I kept walking but decided to head back soon. When I got to the clearing, I noticed the fire pit had fresh ashes, like someone had lit a fire recently. But I was sure I hadn't seen any signs of other visitors the day before. I scanned the treeline but saw nothing. I went inside the cabin quickly and locked up. I spent the afternoon cleaning and organizing. I kept hearing small noises, twigs snapping outside, the scrape of something against wood. At one point, I thought I heard breathing, very faint and slow, just beyond the window. My pulse quickened, and I looked out but saw only darkness and trees. That night was worse than the first. Couldn't sleep at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone watching from the trees, waiting. The cabin groaned and creaked around me. I kept checking the doors and windows, making sure the locks held. Around midnight, I heard footsteps outside, slow and deliberate, moving around the perimeter of the cabin. I held my breath, trying to make no sound. The footsteps stopped at the front door, then moved to the back, and then faded into the woods. I didn't dare look out. I stayed awake until dawn, eyes fixed on the door. The next morning, I found something on the porch, a small pile of sticks arranged in a rough circle, with some leaves and dirt in the center. It wasn't there before. My heart sank. Someone had been here while I slept, close enough to touch the cabin. I packed my things quickly, deciding to leave early. As I carried my bags to the car, I kept looking over my shoulder. The forest seemed alive with quiet movement just beyond the trees. Driving away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. The cabin disappeared behind a wall of trees. I didn't stop until I was back on the main road, safe in the noise and light of the world again. That trip stayed with me for months. The fear, the silence, the feeling of being watched. I never went back to that cabin. And every time I hear a twig snap in the dark, I remember the footsteps outside my window and the quiet circle of sticks left on the porch. I wanted to get away from everything for a while. Life was starting to feel heavy. The noise, the people, the endless rush of daily work and city life. I needed a break, some silence, some peace. So I decided to rent a cabin in the woods. Just me, the trees, and some time alone to think. I didn't want anything fancy, just a small cabin somewhere quiet, far from the city lights. After searching online for a few days, I found a small cabin for rent in a remote part of the forest. It was about a 3-hour drive from my apartment. The pictures looked good. A wooden cabin surrounded by tall pine trees, with a small dirt road leading to it. No electricity, no internet, no cell phone signal. Just nature. Sounded perfect. I packed my things carefully. A few days' clothes, some canned food, water, a flashlight, a small camping stove, matches, a first aid kit, and a big book I wanted to read. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, only that I was taking a few days off. I wanted to disconnect completely. The drive out there was long but beautiful. The city slowly disappeared behind me, replaced by fields, small towns, and then thick forests. The road became narrower and bumpier. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked exactly like the photos. It was small, maybe 400 square feet, made of dark wood, with a little porch on the front and a stone chimney. The air smelled fresh, like pine and earth. I parked my car in a small clearing near the cabin and stepped out. The silence hit me right away. No cars, no people, no city sounds. Just the wind in the trees, the occasional bird, and the crunch of leaves under my boots. I felt a strange mix of calm and excitement. This was what I wanted. I spent the first day exploring the area around the cabin. There was a narrow trail leading into the forest, a small creek nearby, and an old fire pit a little ways off. I collected some dry wood for the fire, set up my sleeping area inside the cabin, and started a small fire in the stone fireplace. The cabin was simple but comfortable. A wooden table and chairs, a small bed with a thick blanket, a few shelves with some old books and dishes, and a tiny kitchen area with a sink and stove. The nights were cold. I had brought extra blankets, but the chill still crept in. The sound of the forest at night was strange and a little unsettling. I heard owls hooting, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, and sometimes distant animal calls. I told myself it was normal and tried to focus on my book or the fire. On the second day, I decided to hike a little further into the forest. I followed the trail, which twisted between tall trees, over roots and rocks, and crossed the creek on a fallen log. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The forest was thick, dark, and full of shadows. I kept my phone in my pocket, but there was no signal, so I just walked, feeling a mix of freedom and a little tension. At one point, I stopped by a fallen tree covered in moss. The ground was damp, and the smell of wet earth was strong. I looked around carefully. I could see broken branches and flattened grass. Maybe an animal had passed recently. I wasn't scared, but I felt a small chill run down my back. I turned back before it got too late. That night, I made a big fire in the fireplace and cooked some canned beans on my stove. The flames flickered and cast strange shadows on the wooden walls. The wind picked up outside, and I heard the branches tapping on the roof. I sat close to the fire, wrapped in my blanket, and read my book. Just before I fell asleep, I thought I heard a noise outside, a low, slow crunching, like someone stepping carefully on dry leaves. I froze and listened hard. Nothing else. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer or maybe a raccoon, and tried to relax. The next morning, I found some footprints near the porch. They were big and irregular, not like a deer or a dog. They looked like heavy boots. I felt a cold knot in my stomach. I had not expected anyone else here. The forest was supposed to be empty. No one had told me about other people. I spent most of the day inside, reading and checking the windows. I noticed the footprints again, farther down the trail. They didn't look fresh, maybe a day or two old, but still, the thought of someone else nearby made me uneasy. That evening, the wind was stronger, and the cabin creaked as the trees swayed. I was trying to stay calm, but the feeling of being watched kept growing. The firelight didn't reach the corners of the cabin, and shadows moved with the flickering flames. Around midnight, I woke up to a noise outside. It was faint at first, a soft scraping, like something brushing against the wood of the cabin. I lay still, heart pounding, eyes wide in the dark. The sound came again, a little louder. Someone was outside. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly moved to the door. Peeking through the window, I saw nothing but darkness. I shone the light around the clearing, but it only hit trees and bushes. No sign of anyone. I sat back down, trying to steady my breathing. Maybe it was an animal after all. Maybe the wind had moved a branch. I kept the fire burning and stayed awake for a long time. The next day, I found fresh footprints near the back of the cabin. They were heavy boot prints, just like before, but now they were closer. They went around the side of the cabin and disappeared into the forest. I packed up my things slowly. My plan was to leave in the morning, but as the sun started to set, I felt trapped. The forest seemed thicker, the shadows longer. I didn't like being alone here anymore. That night was the worst. I heard noises all around. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, something heavy moving through the bushes. It wasn't random anymore. It felt deliberate, like someone was stalking me. I stayed inside the cabin, door locked, fire burning low. I kept my phone near me, even though I had no signal. I didn't know what to do. The thought that someone might be watching or waiting outside made it hard to breathe. Hours passed. I tried to stay calm, telling myself to wait until morning and drive away. But then, I heard footsteps on the porch, slow, heavy steps. Someone was right outside. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I just held my breath and hoped they would leave. The footsteps stopped. Then I heard soft breathing, a shuffle, and the faint sound of something scraping against the door. I knew I had to act. I grabbed the biggest stick I could find and got ready. The door rattled as if someone was trying to open it. My heart was pounding so loud I thought they could hear it. Suddenly, the footsteps moved away. The sounds faded into the night. I waited for a long time, too afraid to move. At dawn, I didn't sleep. I packed everything quickly, loaded my car, and started the engine. As I drove away, I looked back once. The cabin was quiet, empty. The forest swallowed the dirt road. I never went back. #### the ending. The next few days after I left, I stayed at a friend's place in the city. I called the cabin rental company to tell them what happened. They told me that some hunters had been spotted in the area recently, and there had been reports of trespassers and even break-ins at other cabins nearby. The company said they usually warn renters about this, but somehow I hadn't gotten the message. I realized I had been lucky. The person outside might have been a hunter or someone else who wasn't friendly, and I had no way to call for help. If I had been less careful, I might have gotten hurt or worse. I learned a lot from that trip. I learned that the woods can be beautiful and peaceful, but also dangerous and unpredictable. Being alone, with no one around, can bring out a deep sense of vulnerability. I learned to respect the wilderness, but also to prepare better, to research the area fully, to bring communication devices, and to trust my instincts. I don't regret going to the cabin. It gave me a glimpse of what true solitude feels like. But I also know now that some places aren't as empty as they seem, and that sometimes the scariest thing is not what you imagine, but what is real and close. Since then, I have chosen safer places for my escapes. I still love the forest, but I'm more cautious, and I never go alone anymore. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The idea was simple. A few days away from the noise of the city, no internet, no phone calls, just silence and the woods. I'd rented a small cabin deep in a national forest about 3 hours from my apartment. The cabin was nothing fancy, old but well kept, run by a small family business. It was supposed to be the perfect escape to clear my head and take a break from everything. I needed it. The drive out was long but peaceful. I left early in the morning, took the highway out of the city, then switched to a smaller road that wound through the countryside, past farms and patches of dense forest. The air got cooler the farther I drove, the trees growing taller and thicker. By the time I reached the cabin area, it was early afternoon. The sun was bright, but I could feel a chill in the air, the kind that comes with late fall. The cabin was exactly as described online. A small wooden structure, maybe 12 by 15 feet, with a porch across the front. It had a wood stove inside, a tiny kitchen area, a fold-out bed, and a table with 2 chairs. Outside, the forest stretched in every direction. No neighbors close by, just trees and dirt roads. The gravel driveway ended in a circle in front of the cabin, and the only sign of life was the faint sound of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. I unloaded my car, bringing in my backpack, a cooler with some food, a lantern, and a stack of firewood I bought from the cabin owners. The place smelled like old pine and wood smoke. The floor creaked when I walked. Everything was quiet except for the occasional tapping of a woodpecker on a tree. I took some time to explore the area around the cabin. There was a small trail that disappeared into the forest about 50 yards behind the cabin. I didn't want to wander too far since I was alone and unfamiliar with the area. The trail was narrow and covered in leaves, the trees thick and close together. The sky was clear, blue with a few fluffy clouds. Back at the cabin, I made a fire in the stove to warm the place up. The air inside was cold and still, the kind of cold that sinks into your bones. I opened a can of beans for dinner, heated it on the stove, and ate while sitting at the table, watching the flames flicker through the stove's glass door. Outside, the sun was beginning to set, and the shadows of the trees stretched long and dark. The cabin was old and quiet, but it felt safe enough. I checked my phone. No signal. That was expected. I had prepared for this, told a friend where I was going and when I'd check in. I turned off the light and sat near the fire, reading a paperback I had brought. Slowly, the light outside faded, and the forest became a black wall outside the window. That night, I went to bed early. The bed was a simple cot with a thin mattress and a heavy blanket. I pulled the blanket tight, feeling the warmth of the fire and the softness of the worn sheets. Outside, the wind picked up and rattled the cabin windows. It was around midnight when I first heard it. A faint sound outside, barely louder than a whisper. At first, I thought it was the wind, but the noise was different, soft footsteps, crunching leaves close to the cabin. My heart started to race. I lay very still, listening. The footsteps stopped. Silence returned. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon moving through the woods. But then I heard it again, this time closer. The sound of branches snapping under heavy feet. A rustle near the porch. I sat up slowly, eyes wide in the dark. The window curtains were thin, and I could see shadows moving outside. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and clicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing the porch and the trees beyond. Nothing moved, no sign of anyone. I kept the light on, shining it around. Then, I saw it, two glowing eyes reflecting back at me from just beyond the edge of the porch. They were low to the ground, maybe a few feet away, watching. I froze. The eyes disappeared suddenly, and I heard a deep growl from the brush. It wasn't a dog or a deer. It sounded different, lower, rougher. I felt a surge of panic. I grabbed my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. I went to the door and locked it carefully. Then, I went to the back window to see if anything was there. I saw nothing but the dark forest. I didn't know what was out there, but whatever it wasn't just a normal animal. I spent the next hour sitting by the fire, clutching the flashlight, listening to every noise. The wind howled through the trees, making the cabin groan and creak. Outside, footsteps circled the cabin, slow and steady. Leaves crunched, twigs snapped. The glowing eyes appeared again briefly in the darkness. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was just a wild animal curious about the cabin, maybe a bear or a large dog. But the way it moved, how close it got without running off, it didn't feel right. Eventually, the noises faded. The footsteps moved away into the forest. The eyes vanished. The forest returned to silence. I didn't sleep much that night. Every little sound made me jump. The wind, the trees brushing the cabin walls. I stayed awake until dawn, waiting for the first light to break through the darkness. Morning came slowly. The sky was gray and cloudy, but the forest looked peaceful again. I stepped outside cautiously. The ground around the cabin was disturbed. Footprints, large, heavy prints, not quite human. They were deep and wide, almost like a bear's, but with different shapes, strange marks in the mud. I took pictures with my phone and studied them. I knew I had to leave. I packed quickly, but I checked the cabin once more before I got into the car. I looked around the area and spotted broken branches in the trees and claw marks on the wooden porch posts. Someone or something had been close. The drive back to the highway felt tense. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me on the dirt road. The forest seemed darker now, thicker. I kept the car locked and the windows up. I didn't stop until I reached a busy gas station an hour down the road. Once I was home, I called the cabin owners to report what happened. They listened but didn't sound surprised. They told me the area sometimes had large wild animals, and a few people had reported strange noises and sightings, but no one had been hurt. I never went back. I told my friend everything and showed the pictures. We researched the area and found reports of a large, escaped wild animal, possibly a bear or a mountain lion, but nothing confirmed. No police reports of attacks, just strange footprints and noises. I learned a few things that trip. The woods are not as quiet as they seem. Sometimes what's out there is bigger, more dangerous, and closer than you think. And when you're alone in a small cabin, with nothing but walls and thin glass between you and the wild, the feeling of being watched can become very real. I kept the pictures, the memories, and the lesson. I don't plan to ever go alone to a cabin in the woods again. Some places are better left alone, and some nights are better spent inside the city lights. I was alone in that cabin for 5 days. It wasn't supposed to be a horror story, just a quiet break away from city life. But what happened there was enough to make me never want to stay in a cabin that remote ever again. I had planned the trip for months. I wanted silence. No people, no noise, just nature and a small cabin in the woods. I found a place online, a small rental cabin about 3 hours from the nearest town. The photos looked nice, simple, made of dark wood, with a small porch, a fireplace, and a few windows facing the forest. The kind of place that felt cozy in the pictures. The drive there was long but peaceful. As the highway ended and the road turned into gravel, the trees grew taller and closer, and the sunlight barely touched the ground. I followed the GPS directions carefully, turning left at the old rusted sign, then right after the fallen tree blocking half the road. The last stretch was rough, bumpy, and slow, the kind of road you wouldn't want to take in bad weather. When I finally reached the cabin, it was already late afternoon. The sun was starting to drop behind the trees, casting long shadows over the forest floor. The cabin looked just like in the pictures, maybe even better in person. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by pine and fir trees, their branches swaying lightly in the breeze. The air smelled fresh, earthy, and a little like pine needles. I got out of the car, stretched, and grabbed my bags. The door was old but solid, with a rusty handle. It opened with a creak. Inside, the cabin was dusty but clean. The smell of old wood and faint smoke lingered. The floorboards creaked under my feet. There was a small kitchen with a propane stove, a table with 2 chairs, a couch covered in faded fabric, and a fireplace stacked with wood. I dropped my bags, opened the windows to let in fresh air, and unpacked some food and clothes. I had brought enough supplies to last the whole trip. No cell service here, which was exactly why I came. That first evening, I built a fire in the fireplace. The crackling flames lit up the room, casting warm orange light on the walls. Outside, the forest grew dark. The only sounds were the occasional bird or rustle of leaves. I cooked some simple pasta on the stove, ate slowly, and then sat by the fire reading a book. As night fell, the forest outside turned pitch black. The only light came from the fire and the moon through the window. I felt calm and relaxed. This was exactly what I wanted. I slept on the small bed in the back room. The mattress was thin but comfortable enough. The silence was complete except for the occasional creak of wood or the distant hoot of an owl. I slept well that first night. The next morning, I woke early. I opened the door to the porch and took a deep breath. The air was crisp and cool, with a hint of damp earth. The sun was just rising, making the tops of the trees glow gold. I spent the day hiking around the area, following small trails that twisted between the trees. The forest was dense and quiet, except for the sounds of birds and insects. Every now and then, I caught sight of a squirrel or a rabbit darting away. The ground was covered with pine needles, leaves, and fallen branches. The trees were so tall they blocked most of the sky. The trails were not well maintained. Some were barely visible under the undergrowth. I had to watch my step carefully to avoid tripping. I carried a small backpack with water, snacks, a map, and a compass. The GPS on my phone was useless here, no signal at all. I hiked for several hours, enjoying the peace and solitude. The deeper into the woods I went, the quieter it got. Sometimes I could hear my own breathing and footsteps so clearly it was almost loud. The forest felt alive, but in a way that was calm and steady, not threatening. When I returned to the cabin, the sun was starting to set again. I made dinner, sat by the fire, and tried to relax. But as the days passed, I began to notice small things that unsettled me. On the third day, I found that some of my supplies had been moved. Not a lot, just a little jar of salt and a box of matches that were not where I left them. I told myself it was probably me forgetting, being careless, or the wind knocking things over. But then I heard noises outside the cabin at night. Not animals, at least not normal ones. It sounded like something dragging on the ground, low and heavy. It didn't move like a deer or a fox. It was slower, deliberate, like something big walking around. I looked out the window, flashlight in hand, but I saw nothing, just the dark trees and shadows. On the fourth day, I decided to explore a new trail. It was farther from the cabin and seemed less traveled. I packed a small bag with water, food, and my flashlight, then headed out. The trail went deep into the forest, following a narrow ridge with steep drops on one side. The trees here were thicker and the underbrush harder to walk through. I kept thinking about turning back, but I wanted to see what was at the end. After about 2 hours, the trail ended at an old clearing. There were signs of a long-abandoned campfire, some broken bottles and rusted cans. Someone had been here years ago but had left. As I stood there, I felt watched. The feeling was so strong I almost panicked. I scanned the trees but saw nothing. I quickly turned back the way I came. That night, the noises outside grew louder. There was a dragging sound, then a soft thump. I could hear twigs snapping and leaves crunching. Something was moving around the cabin. I wanted to believe it was a wild animal, maybe a bear or a large deer, but the sounds were different. They were heavier, slower, like something large stepping carefully. I locked the door and closed all the windows. I sat by the fire, trying to calm my nerves. I checked my phone again, no signal. I thought about leaving in the morning, but the dirt road was rough and I didn't want to risk driving in the dark. The fifth day, I woke to an eerie silence. No birds, no wind, no animals. The forest felt dead. I packed my things quickly, wanting to leave. Before I left, I decided to check around the cabin for any signs of what had been making the noises. That's when I found fresh footprints in the soft earth near the back porch. They were large, bigger than any bear prints I knew, but the shape was strange. Too wide, with uneven toes. I felt my heart race. I didn't know what had been out there, but it was close. I didn't wait any longer. I jumped in my car and sped down the gravel road, not looking back. The experience left me shaken. I don't know exactly what I heard or saw, but I know I never want to be that alone in a cabin in the woods again. The forest can be beautiful, but it can also hide things you don't understand. Sometimes silence isn't peaceful. Sometimes it's waiting. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. I needed time away from the noise of the city and the pressure of work. The plan was simple. Spend a week alone at a small cabin deep in the woods, far from anyone or anything, just me and the quiet. I had rented the cabin through a website that specialized in isolated getaways. The pictures showed a modest wooden cabin surrounded by thick forest, with a small lake nearby. No cell phone service, no internet, no distractions. Just silence. The drive there was longer than I expected. The last part was on a narrow dirt road covered with potholes and fallen branches. I had to drive carefully to avoid damaging the rental car. The trees on either side grew tall and dense, their branches forming a thick canopy that barely let any sunlight through. It felt like the forest was swallowing the road. At times, I wondered if I had taken a wrong turn, but I kept going, trusting the GPS until it said I had arrived. The cabin was smaller than I imagined. It was made of old logs, the wood dark and weathered by years of rain and sun. The roof sagged a little, and some of the windows were dirty and streaked with grime. But it had a certain charm. A stone chimney stood at one side, and a small porch ran along the front. The smell of pine and damp earth filled the air. Inside, the cabin was sparse but comfortable. There was a small kitchen area with a gas stove, a fridge, and a sink. A wooden table with 2 chairs sat near the window. A couch faced a stone fireplace. Upstairs, a loft had a bed with thick blankets. The floors creaked underfoot, and I noticed dust in the corners. It was clear no one had stayed here recently. The first day passed slowly. I unpacked my things, lit a fire in the fireplace, and tried to get used to the silence.
No cars, no planes, no voices.
Just the occasional call of a bird or the rustling of leaves in the wind. First, it was peaceful, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, the woods seemed to close in around me. Shadows stretched long and strange shapes danced just beyond the porch light. I cooked dinner on the stove, a simple pasta dish. The sounds of sizzling filled the quiet kitchen. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes. I ate quickly, eager to get back to the warmth of the fire. The crackling flames cast flickering light on the walls, making the room feel alive. That night, I slept uneasily. The thin walls let every sound filter through. The snap of a twig, the hoot of an owl, the soft patter of rain on the roof. I woke several times, heart racing, convinced I had heard footsteps on the porch. But when I looked, no one was there. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. The cabin sat on the edge of a small clearing, surrounded by dense forest in all directions. I followed a narrow trail that led downhill toward the lake. The air was fresh and cool, filled with the scent of pine needles and moss. The ground was soft and covered with fallen leaves and twigs. The lake was smaller than I expected, almost hidden by overgrown bushes and trees. The water was dark and still, reflecting the gray sky above. A thin layer of mist hung just above the surface, giving the place an eerie feeling. I sat on a fallen log and watched a family of ducks paddle near the shore. As I made my way back, I noticed the forest seemed darker, the trees closer together. The trail was faint in places, covered with leaves and broken branches. I reminded myself to stay alert. I didn't want to get lost. Back at the cabin, I lit the fire again and prepared a cup of coffee. The warmth felt good after the cool morning air. I tried to read a book, but my mind kept wandering. The silence was too complete, too unnatural. I felt watched, though I knew there was no one around. That evening, the wind was stronger. It rattled the windows and shook the porch. The firelight danced wildly, throwing shadows that seemed to move on their own. I sat close to the flames, trying to ignore the feeling of unease creeping up my spine. Suddenly, I heard a sound outside, a faint scrape, like something dragging along the wooden porch floor. My heart jumped. I stood up and looked out the window. The porch was empty, the bushes still. No sign of any animal or person. I tried to calm myself. Maybe it was a branch rubbing against the wood in the wind. I closed the curtains and sat back down, but the feeling stayed. Every creak of the cabin, every whistle of the wind seemed louder, more deliberate. The next day was colder and overcast. The sky was heavy with clouds that threatened rain. I stayed inside most of the day, reading and trying to keep warm. The cabin felt more isolated than ever. In the afternoon, I went outside to gather firewood. I walked to a pile of dead branches near the edge of the clearing and began stacking them near the porch. As I worked, I thought I heard voices, distant and muffled, like people talking far away. I stopped and listened, but the sounds faded quickly. Maybe my imagination. As I turned to head back, I saw something odd in the woods. A small patch of ground where the leaves looked disturbed, as if something had recently moved through. The branches were broken and bent in a way that didn't seem natural. It looked like a path, but it didn't match the trail I had walked. Curious but uneasy, I decided not to investigate further. I hurried back to the cabin, stacking the firewood carefully. Once inside, I locked the door and windows and checked all the latches. The cabin felt safer when secured. That night, the weather worsened. Rain began to fall hard and steady, drumming on the roof and windows. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The wind howled through the trees, shaking the cabin violently at times. I stayed close to the fire, watching the flames flicker and die down, then adding more wood to keep it going. The storm made every noise louder, every shadow deeper. The cabin felt small and fragile against the power of nature. At some point in the night, I was awakened by a loud bang on the front door. My heart leapt into my throat. I sat up, listening. No wind this time. The door had been hit hard, like someone was trying to force it open. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and crept to the door. My hands trembled as I shone the light outside. The porch was empty, soaked from the rain. No footprints in the mud. No sign of anyone. The banging came again. 3 quick knocks, then silence. I backed away from the door, locking it again and bolting the deadbolt. My mind raced with questions. Who could have been out there? Why knock in the middle of a storm, in the middle of nowhere? Sleep was impossible after that. I stayed awake, sitting by the fire, clutching a large kitchen knife I had found in the drawer. The rain continued all night, and every time the wind blew, I jumped, expecting to hear the door banging again. The next morning, the storm had passed. The sky was gray but clear. The forest looked different after the rain, the leaves glistening and fresh. I went outside cautiously to inspect the porch. The wood was wet and slick, but there were no footprints or any other signs that someone had been there. I checked the locks and the windows, making sure everything was secure. Despite the calm morning, I felt shaken. The idea that someone had been out there, watching or trying to get inside, unsettled me deeply. I decided to pack up and leave that day. The isolation that once felt peaceful now felt threatening. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched or followed. As I gathered my things, I noticed the small disturbed patch of ground in the woods again. This time, I saw a faint trail leading away from the cabin, partially hidden by bushes and leaves. It wasn't a marked trail, just a faint path that looked like someone had made recently. I took a photo with my phone, hoping to show it to the rental company later. My phone had no signal, but I wanted the evidence just in case. By mid-afternoon, My car was packed, and I was ready to leave. I took one last look at the cabin. It sat quietly in the clearing, the chimney cold, the windows dark. The forest seemed to watch silently. The drive back was tense. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure standing on the side of the road. But there was nothing. When I got to a place with cell signal, I called the rental company. I told them about the knocking, the strange trail, and my decision to cut the trip short. They sounded surprised and apologized, promising to check the property. A few days later, I read a news article about a man who had been arrested for breaking into several cabins in the same area. He was caught after a homeowner found him trying to get inside their cabin late at night. The article mentioned he had been living rough in the woods, targeting isolated cabins for food and shelter. I realized that the noises, the knocking, and the trail I saw could have been from him. It was chilling to think how close I had come to a dangerous encounter. In the end, I was grateful to have gotten away safely. The cabin, the forest, and the silence had seemed peaceful at first, but they hid a real danger I hadn't expected. Sometimes, the scariest thing. I was 34 when I decided to take some time off from everything. I had been working construction jobs nonstop for years, long days on job sites, coming home sore and dirty, sleeping just enough to get up and do it again. I didn't hate it, but it was wearing me down. I wanted to get away from the noise, from the constant ringing of nail guns and shouting in traffic. I just wanted silence. So I found a cabin. It was up in northern Minnesota, way out near the edge of Superior National Forest. I found it listed online, owned by an older guy who only used it during the winter for hunting. He was renting it out cheap because it was deep summer and too far out for most tourists. It didn't have internet, and the nearest town was over 30 miles away. That was exactly what I wanted. The cabin sat at the edge of a lake, surrounded by dense forest. It was a long dirt road just to reach the driveway, which itself was just 2 ruts in the grass. It was quiet in a way I hadn't experienced in years. The trees muffled everything. There was no highway nearby, no hum of distant cars, no planes overhead, just the sounds of birds and wind in the branches. Inside, the cabin was basic. A small kitchen, a couch, an old wood stove, 1 bedroom, and a bathroom that flushed but used a well. The tap water had that mineral taste. No TV, no cell service. I brought some books, canned food, and a cooler of meat. I was planning to stay 2 weeks. The first few days were perfect. I spent most of my time outside, fishing from the dock, hiking the narrow paths behind the cabin, watching the sun go down across the lake. I slept better than I had in years. The quiet was exactly what I needed. But by the 4th night, things started to feel different. Not frightening at first, just strange. That evening, I was sitting on the back porch, looking at the lake as the sky turned orange. The sun had just dipped behind the trees when I heard a splash. I figured it was a fish jumping, but when I looked, there were ripples coming from near the center of the lake, too far out for a fish to cause that much disturbance. I watched, but nothing else happened. The next morning, I hiked the path behind the cabin. It wasn't marked, but you could see where deer or maybe the old owner had made a trail. I went further than usual, maybe a mile in, when I came across something that felt out of place. There were boot prints in the mud. Not old and cracked like mine from the day before, but fresh. It had rained slightly the night before, and these prints were sharp, still wet around the edges. I stood there for a while just looking at them. They were large, maybe size 12 or 13, and deep. Whoever it was, they were heavier than me. The prints led further into the woods, but I didn't follow. I told myself it was probably a hunter or another hiker, but I didn't like how quiet the woods had become. Back at the cabin, I kept thinking about the boot prints. I checked around the cabin just to be safe. Everything was locked, nothing missing, no new prints near the door or porch. I tried to let it go. That night, I woke up around 2 in the morning. I hadn't heard anything specific, but I had that feeling you get when something pulls you out of a dream too fast. I lay still, listening. The window above the bed was cracked open, and through it I could hear the lake water sloshing lightly. Then a soft thump, like a heavy footfall on the deck. I froze. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The thump came again. Then another. It was slow, deliberate. Someone was walking across the wooden deck. I sat up slowly, trying not to make the mattress creak. I reached for the flashlight I kept beside the bed. I clicked it on, but didn't point it toward the window. The footsteps stopped. For a full minute, there was nothing. Then the screen door creaked. It didn't open, but it made that sound when someone presses on it just slightly. I heard the soft squeal of its spring shifting. I stayed completely still. Eventually, I heard the steps again, this time moving away from the door. They sounded heavier now, less careful, like the person knew I was awake, or maybe didn't care. I stayed up until dawn. When the first light came in through the trees, I finally stepped outside. The deck was wet with morning dew, but near the screen door were clear prints, large, deep, and pointed toward the door. I decided I needed to be smart. I didn't want to panic. I got in my truck and drove the 30 miles to the nearest town. I found a small store and bought a game camera, the kind hunters use to track deer. I set it up on a tree across from the porch, aimed it to catch anyone coming from the woods. That night, I stayed inside. I kept the windows shut and the door locked. I kept a heavy hammer beside me. Nothing happened. No sounds. No movement. I finally fell asleep around 4. The next morning, I checked the camera. There were dozens of images from the night. Most were empty, just wind in the trees or bugs flying close to the lens. But around 2:13 a.m., the motion sensor caught something. A figure, mostly shadow, standing at the edge of the porch. It was tall, broad-shouldered. The face wasn't clear, but the shape of the head was wrong. Not deformed, but like it was tilted at a strange angle. It didn't move for 2 full frames. That meant it stood there for almost 30 seconds, just watching the cabin. I stared at that image for a long time. Then I packed. But here's the thing. When I got in my truck to leave, it wouldn't start. Battery was fine. Fuel was fine. It just wouldn't catch. I tried for over an hour. Eventually, I gave up. I wasn't about to hike 30 miles in the woods. So I walked to the road, hoping a car might come by. But I didn't see a single one. I went back to the cabin and waited. That night, I stayed in the bedroom with the door locked. I shoved a dresser in front of it. I left a flashlight on, just enough to see the shadows. I stayed awake, listening. At 1:48 a.m., I heard it again. Slow, heavy footsteps on the porch. Then the screen door creaked. Then silence. I held my breath. My heart was thudding so loud I was sure it could hear me. Then I heard the front door knob turning. It clicked softly as pressure moved against it. The lock held. I hadn't used the chain, though. My eyes were locked on the bedroom door. I could see the slight shadow under the gap where light from the front room spilled in. And then that shadow disappeared. It was standing on the other side. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. After a few minutes, I saw the shadow shift slightly. Then it was gone. I waited until morning. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. When the sun came up, I went out with the hammer and checked every inch of the cabin. Nothing was broken. Nothing was taken. Just the prints again. A second set now, lighter and smaller, like someone was with him. I stayed one more night because I had no other choice. That evening, I made a fire in the pit outside, sat with my back to the wall and waited. I had a kitchen knife tucked in my waistband and the hammer in my lap. Around 2 a.m., the fire had mostly gone out. I heard movement in the trees. Not one person. 2. Twigs snapped. Leaves rustled. Then they stopped. They didn't come closer. I stayed frozen in place until the sun rose. When morning came, I walked to the road again. Still no cars. I decided I would walk all the way to town if I had to. I was 2 miles out when I saw a pickup coming. I stood in the road and waved. The driver was an old farmer type. I told him my truck wouldn't start, asked for a lift to town. He agreed. At the shop, the mechanic drove me back and looked at my truck. It started on the first try. I didn't say anything. I just nodded and thanked him. I drove back to town, dropped off the camera with the police. They looked at the images, but said there was no way to identify the person. I didn't ask for the camera back. I never went back to that cabin. Never even contacted the owner. I don't know who those people were or what they wanted, but I know they were watching, waiting. I still go hiking, still like the woods, but I never go alone anymore. And I never sleep anywhere that doesn't have a lock reinforced from the inside. That trip taught me something. Not every danger makes noise. Some of them just wait in the dark and watch. And if you're lucky, they lose interest. If you're not, you never find out what they wanted. I got lucky. I had always wanted to get away from the noise and stress of city life, and a cabin in the woods seemed like the perfect place. I had been working long hours for months, barely seeing daylight, and when I finally got some time off, I didn't want to waste it. So, I packed up my car with everything I thought I would need and drove out to a small rental cabin far from any town or highway. The plan was simple. Spend a week alone in the woods, relax, clear my mind, and maybe do some hiking. I needed it more than I realized. The cabin was off a dirt road that twisted through the forest, miles from anything familiar. When I pulled up, the sun was low, and long shadows stretched across the dirt path. The place was older, but sturdy. Wooden walls dark with age, a small porch that creaked under my feet, and windows that looked out onto dense trees. No electricity, no running water, just a simple wood stove, a hand pump for water, and a bucket toilet outside. I had wanted this kind of rough experience. No distractions, no internet, just me and the forest. I spent the first day unpacking and exploring the area around the cabin. The trees were tall and thick, blocking much of the sky. The air smelled fresh and earthy, mixed with pine and damp leaves. I found a trail nearby that looked like it had been used before, but it wasn't marked on any map I brought. It seemed to circle the area, so I planned to follow it the next day. I gathered some dry wood for the stove and made a fire that night. The warmth and crackling sounds a comfort against the chill creeping in after sunset. That night, I slept okay, though the silence was almost unsettling. I was used to city noise, the hum of traffic, distant sirens, neighbors talking. But out here, there was only the occasional snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was quiet enough to hear my own breathing. The cabin was small and simple, with a bed, a table, and a few shelves holding canned food and supplies. I felt safe, or at least I told myself I did. The next morning, I woke early and decided to hike the trail. I packed a small bag with water, snacks, a first aid kit, and my phone, though I didn't expect to get signal out here. The trail was narrow and winding, surrounded by thick underbrush. As I walked, the sounds of the forest surrounded me. Birds calling, insects buzzing, the wind moving through the leaves. I felt peaceful at first, almost like the woods were welcoming me. But as the day wore on, I started to notice things that made me uneasy. The trail seemed to get narrower and less defined. Occasionally, I would catch the smell of something odd, like something dead, but faint. I brushed it off as an animal carcass that had rotted away. Still, there was a growing feeling that I was not alone. I tried to keep my mind busy by focusing on the plants, the shapes of the trees, and the way the sunlight filtered through the branches. But every so often, I thought I heard something behind me, soft steps, or maybe the cracking of a branch. When I stopped and looked, there was nothing but empty forest. I told myself it was my imagination, nerves getting the best of me. After about 3 hours, I decided to turn back. The sun was starting to drop behind the trees, and I didn't want to be caught far from the cabin after dark. The return trip felt longer, and the forest seemed darker, even though it was still daylight. I noticed that the trail wasn't exactly the same. Small things were different. Broken branches in spots where I hadn't seen them before, leaves disturbed on the ground, and an occasional footprint that didn't look like mine. When I finally got back, relief washed over me. The cabin looked welcoming, even though the evening was cool and damp. I lit the stove and made some simple food, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. As the night came, I sat by the fire, watching the flames and listening carefully. Every little noise seemed louder in the silence. Around midnight, I heard something outside. It was faint but clear enough to freeze me in place. A sound like something heavy dragging on the ground near the cabin. I didn't move, didn't breathe, After a minute, it stopped. Then there was a scratching noise on the porch, like nails scraping wood. My heart pounded hard. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly moved to the door. I didn't want to open it, but felt I had to see if something or someone was out there. The porch was empty. No footprints in the dirt, no sign of anything. Just the faint scratch marks on the wooden floorboards. I checked the locks and double-checked the windows. Nothing else. I forced myself to calm down and went back inside. I locked the door again and sat down, trying to keep my mind from racing. The next morning, I found something disturbing. Near the back of the cabin, half hidden in the bushes, were several deep footprints. They were much larger than mine and fresh, the dirt still loose and moist. They led around the side of the cabin but didn't continue much further into the woods. I couldn't figure out how someone could have come and gone without me hearing more. I thought about calling the local sheriff, but I didn't have any real proof of danger. Maybe it was a hunter or someone else passing through. I was still on edge but didn't want to cut the trip short. I spent the day trying to enjoy the woods, but the feeling of being watched never left me. That night was worse. I heard more noises, whispers of movement in the trees, low thumps against the cabin walls. At one point, the wood stove went out even though I had it burning well. The temperature dropped quickly, and I had to relight it. My phone still had no signal, so I was completely cut off. I felt isolated, vulnerable. By the third night, I hardly slept. I stayed up, sitting by the fire, flashlight in hand, listening. The noises kept coming, scratches, footsteps, something moving just beyond the tree line. I even thought I saw a shadow cross outside the window, though the cabin was small and dark inside, and it could have been a trick of the light. I was beginning to dread the nights. Each sound felt like a threat. I told myself over and over to stay calm, that it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but something about the patterns didn't add up. The noises were too consistent, too close. It felt like someone was deliberately trying to scare me. On the fourth day, I decided to explore further into the woods, hoping to find a way out or at least some sign of a road or other people. I took the same trail but followed it beyond where I had turned back before. The forest got thicker, the trees closer together. The underbrush was harder to push through, and the ground uneven. After an hour, I stumbled on an old campsite. There was a small clearing, remnants of a fire pit, some rusted cans, and pieces of torn fabric caught on branches. It looked abandoned but not recent. I wondered who had been here before me and why they left in such a hurry. The site gave me an uneasy feeling. It looked like someone had been living rough in the woods nearby. As I turned to leave, I noticed marks on the trees. Strange scratches, carved in rough shapes that didn't make sense. Not animals, not natural. I felt a chill, a sense of warning. I didn't like it. I hurried back to the cabin, trying to keep calm. When I arrived, I saw fresh footprints again near the front steps. They hadn't been there when I left. This time, they formed a circle, almost as if someone had been pacing or waiting. I took pictures with my phone, hoping it might help if I had to explain what was happening. That night, I barely slept. The noises grew louder, more confident. The scratching on the porch came back, this time with something heavier thrown against the wood. My heart raced every time. I sat awake, flashlight pointed at the door. I thought about trying to make it through the night, but fear gnawed at me. On the fifth day, I decided I couldn't stay. I packed as fast as I could, my hands shaking. The woods felt alive with eyes watching me. As I loaded the last of my things, I heard a low growl nearby. I froze, scanning the tree line. No sign of animals, but the growl was close and guttural, deep in the forest. I grabbed my backpack and got into the car. The dirt road was worse than I remembered, but I drove carefully, looking back every few minutes. The woods were silent, but the feeling of being followed lingered. When I finally hit the paved road and saw other cars and people, I breathed a long, relieved sigh. Back in town, I reported what I saw to the local sheriff. They said the area had a history of illegal hunters and sometimes people hiding out. No one mentioned anything supernatural, just that the woods could be dangerous for someone alone. I learned that the noises, the footprints, the marks on the trees were probably signs of someone or something living in those woods, watching, waiting, maybe protecting their territory. The fear wasn't from ghosts or monsters, but from the real possibility of a stranger with unknown intentions. That trip changed me. I realized how vulnerable I was alone in the wilderness and how the mind plays tricks when it senses danger. The cabin and the woods were beautiful, but they held a dark side that I hadn't seen until I was in the middle of it. I never went back, but sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment, I still hear the faint sound of scratching in my mind, a reminder that some places are best left alone. I arrived at the cabin late in the afternoon. The sky was overcast, and the air was crisp, signaling the onset of winter. The cabin, nestled deep within the woods, stood isolated, surrounded by towering pine trees. It was a modest structure, built from aged timber, with a small porch and a single chimney that hadn't seen smoke in years. I had rented the cabin for a week, seeking solitude and a break from the relentless pace of city life. The idea was to disconnect, to find peace in the simplicity of nature. There was no electricity, no running water, just a wood-burning stove, a well outside, and a kerosene lamp for light. After unloading my supplies, I took a moment to absorb the silence. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant call of a crow. It was serene, almost too quiet. That first night, I lit the stove and settled in with a book. The warmth of the fire contrasted with the chill that seeped through the wooden walls. I wrapped myself in a blanket and read until the words blurred, then retreated to the small cot in the corner. Sleep came easily, but it was restless. I awoke several times, disturbed by unfamiliar sounds. A creaking floorboard, the wind howling through the trees, a thud outside. Each time, I convinced myself it was the natural settling of the old cabin or the forest's nocturnal life. The next morning, I ventured outside to gather more firewood. The ground was damp, and the sky remained gray. As I walked around the cabin, I noticed footprints in the mud, boot prints, not mine. They led from the edge of the woods to the porch and then back again. I hadn't seen anyone upon arrival, and the nearest neighbor was miles away. I felt a twinge of unease but brushed it off. Perhaps a hunter had passed through. Still, I decided to be more cautious, ensuring the door was locked and keeping my hunting knife within reach. As the days passed, the sense of isolation grew. The weather worsened, with rain turning to snow, blanketing the forest in white. The footprints appeared again, each morning, circling the cabin. I never saw anyone, but I felt watched. On the fourth night, I was jolted awake by a loud bang. I grabbed the lamp and cautiously opened the door. The porch was empty, but the footprints were fresh, leading into the woods. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, ears attuned to every sound. Determined to confront whoever was lurking, I set up a makeshift alarm, a string tied to empty cans around the perimeter. That night, the clatter of cans woke me. I rushed out, lamp in one hand, knife in the other, but found nothing. The footprints were there, but they stopped abruptly a few feet from the cabin. The following morning, I decided to leave. The snow had ceased, and the path was navigable. As I packed, I found a note slipped under the door. "You're not welcome here." The handwriting was crude, the paper damp and smudged. Heart pounding, I loaded my belongings and left without looking back. The drive back to the city was long, the silence in the car heavy. I never reported the incidents, unsure of what to say. There were no ghosts, no supernatural events, just the unsettling presence of someone who didn't want me there. Back in the city, surrounded by noise and people, I still feel the weight of those days in the cabin. The sense of being watched, the footprints, the note, they linger in my mind. I sought solitude and found something else entirely. I've since learned that the cabin has a history. Locals speak of a recluse who once lived there, a man who distrusted outsiders. Some say he still roams the woods, ensuring his solitude remains undisturbed. Whether it's true or not, I won't be returning to find out. The experience taught me that isolation can be peaceful, but it can also be unsettling. Sometimes, the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but the unknown intentions of those who prefer to remain unseen. I had always wanted to escape the noise of the city, to find a place where I could be alone with my thoughts. When I stumbled upon an old cabin listing online, nestled deep within the woods of northern Minnesota, it seemed like the perfect retreat. The photos showed a modest structure, weathered by time but sturdy, surrounded by dense trees and overlooking a tranquil lake. The price was surprisingly low, but the idea of solitude outweighed any concerns. I purchased the cabin site unseen, relying on the seller's assurances and the allure of the photographs. After finalizing the paperwork, I packed my belongings into my truck and set off on the long drive from the city. The journey took me through winding roads, past small towns, and eventually onto a narrow dirt path that led deep into the forest. The further I drove, the more isolated I felt, but that was the point. Upon arrival, the cabin appeared just as it had in the photos. It stood alone, surrounded by towering pines, with the lake shimmering in the distance. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. I felt a sense of peace as I stepped onto the creaking porch and unlocked the front door. diatmika.org. 1. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, with a small kitchen area opposite. A single bedroom lay at the back, furnished with a rustic bed and a wooden dresser. There was no electricity, but a generator out back provided power when needed. I unpacked my supplies, lit a fire, and settled in for my first night. Inkit.com. 2. The days that followed were serene. I spent my time hiking through the woods, fishing in the lake, and reading by the fire. The silence was profound, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. I felt disconnected from the world, and for a while it was exactly what I needed. However, as the days turned into weeks, subtle changes began to occur. I started noticing small disturbances. Twigs snapped near the cabin, footprints in the mud that didn't match my own, and items slightly out of place. At first, I dismissed these as the workings of wildlife or my imagination. But the unease grew. diatmika.org. 1. Storyflint.com. 3. One morning, I found the door to the generator shed ajar, though I was certain I had closed it the night before. Inside, the tools were rearranged, and a wrench was missing. I searched the area but found no signs of intrusion. I began to question my memory, wondering if isolation was playing tricks on me. Determined to maintain my composure, I reinforced the cabin's locks and kept a closer eye on my surroundings. I started carrying a flashlight and a hunting knife during my walks, just in case. Despite these precautions, the sense of being watched persisted. At night, I would hear faint noises outside, branches snapping, footsteps crunching leaves. But whenever I looked, there was nothing there. One evening, as I sat by the fire, I heard a distinct knock on the front door. My heart raced. I hadn't seen another person in weeks. I approached the door cautiously, knife in hand, and opened it to find no one there. The porch was empty, the forest silent. I stepped outside, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. The knock had been real, but its source remained a mystery. The following morning, I discovered a small pile of stones arranged in a circle near the cabin's entrance. It hadn't been there the day before. I dismantled it, thinking it might be a prank by local kids, though I hadn't seen any signs of nearby habitation. The incident unsettled me, and I began to consider leaving the cabin earlier than planned. That night, I was awakened by the sound of footsteps on the porch. I lay still, listening as they moved slowly, deliberately, across the wooden boards. The footsteps stopped near the front door, and I held my breath, waiting. After a few minutes, they retreated, fading into the distance. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next day, I packed my belongings and prepared to leave. As I loaded the truck, I noticed something carved into the cabin's wooden siding. A crude symbol, unfamiliar and ominous. It hadn't been there before. I took a photo of it with my phone and decided to report it to the local authorities once I reached the nearest town. Driving away from the cabin, I felt a mixture of relief and lingering fear. I stopped at a ranger station to report the incidents and showed the photo of the symbol. The ranger examined it closely and explained that it was often used by certain groups to mark territory or communicate messages. He advised me to avoid the area in the future, as it might be frequented by individuals involved in illegal activities. I returned to the city, grateful to be back among people and familiar surroundings. The experience left me shaken, a stark reminder that isolation can sometimes expose us to dangers we don't anticipate. While the cabin had offered the solitude I sought, it also revealed the unsettling reality that even in the most remote places, we are never truly alone. I had always been drawn to solitude. After years of city life, the constant noise and crowds wore me down. So, when I stumbled upon a listing for a secluded cabin deep in the woods, I saw it as the perfect escape. The photos showed a modest wooden structure surrounded by towering pines, with no neighbors in sight. It was exactly what I needed. I packed my essentials: clothes, food, a few books, and my camera. The drive took several hours, and as I ventured further into the wilderness, the roads narrowed and the trees grew denser. Eventually, I reached a gravel path barely wide enough for my car. It led me to the cabin. The place was rustic but charming. A small porch overlooked a clearing, and the interior had all the basics: a kitchen, a living area with a fireplace, and a bedroom. There was no electricity, but the solar panels provided enough power for lights and charging devices. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in years. The first few days were idyllic. I spent my time hiking, reading, and photographing the scenery. The only sounds were the rustling leaves and occasional bird calls. At night, the darkness was absolute, broken only by the stars and the soft glow of my lantern. One evening, as I sat on the porch sipping tea, I noticed something odd. A faint trail of smoke rose from beyond the trees. It was too distant to be from my cabin, and I hadn't seen any signs of other people nearby. Curious, I decided to investigate the next day. The following morning, I set out in the direction of the smoke. After an hour of trekking, I came across a makeshift campsite. It was rudimentary. A tarp stretched between trees, a fire pit with smoldering ashes, and a few scattered belongings. No one was around. I called out, but there was no response. Feeling uneasy, I returned to the cabin. GQ.com on. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The woods, once comforting, now seemed oppressive. Every creak of the cabin and rustle outside made me jump. I reminded myself that I was alone and safe, but the unease lingered. Reddit.com, too. The next day, I noticed footprints around the cabin. They were fresh and didn't match my boots. They circled the cabin and led off into the woods. I felt a chill run down my spine. Someone had been here. I decided to cut my trip short. Packing quickly, I loaded my car and prepared to leave. But when I tried to start the engine, nothing happened. The battery was dead. I checked under the hood, but everything seemed in order. Puzzled, I returned to the cabin to think. That night, I heard footsteps outside. They were slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. I held my breath, heart pounding. Then, a knock at the door. Just one. I didn't move. After a few minutes, the footsteps retreated. At dawn, I ventured outside. The footprints were back, more numerous this time. I decided to hike back to the main road and seek help. It was a long trek, but I eventually flagged down a passing car. I explained my situation, and the driver agreed to take me to the nearest town. I reported the incidents to the local authorities. They accompanied me back to the cabin. Upon inspection, they found signs of tampering with my car's battery and evidence of someone camping nearby. They suspected a transient individual had been living in the woods and had taken an interest in my presence. I never returned to the cabin. The experience left me shaken. I realized that true horror doesn't always come from the supernatural. Sometimes, it's the unknown intentions of others that are the most terrifying. I needed a break from the city. The noise, the crowds, the constant buzz. It was all too much. So, when I found a listing for a secluded cabin nestled deep in the woods, I didn't hesitate. It was a modest structure, advertised as a perfect getaway for those seeking solitude. The drive took longer than expected. The paved roads gave way to gravel, then dirt, and finally to a narrow path barely wide enough for my car. Trees loomed overhead, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the ground. By the time I arrived, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the clearing where the cabin stood. The cabin was rustic, with weathered wooden walls and a tin roof that had seen better days. A small porch extended from the front, its floorboards creaking under my weight as I stepped onto it. Inside, the cabin was sparse but functional. A single room with a bed, a wood-burning stove, a table, and a couple of chairs. There was no electricity, but a few oil lamps hung from hooks on the walls. A door at the back led to a tiny bathroom with a composting toilet and a basin for washing. Diatmika.org. 1. I unpacked my supplies: canned food, bottled water, a flashlight, and a few books, and settled in for the night. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of an owl. It was peaceful, a stark contrast to the constant noise of the city. The next morning, I woke to the sound of birdsong. Sunlight streamed through the small window, illuminating motes of dust dancing in the air. I made a simple breakfast and decided to explore the surrounding woods. The forest was dense, with towering trees and underbrush that made progress slow. I followed a narrow trail that wound its way through the trees, eventually leading to a small stream. The water was clear and cold, and I sat on a rock, enjoying the tranquility. As I made my way back to the cabin, I noticed something odd: a set of footprints, not mine, leading away from the trail and deeper into the woods. They were fresh, the edges crisp and undisturbed. Curious, I followed them for a short distance before they disappeared into the undergrowth. I shrugged it off, probably a hiker or a hunter, and returned to the cabin. Diatmika.org. 1. That night, as I sat reading by the light of an oil lamp, I heard a noise outside, a soft crunching, like footsteps on dry leaves. I froze, listening intently. The sound came again, closer this time. I turned off the lamp, plunging the cabin into darkness, and moved to the window. Peering out, I saw nothing but the inky blackness of the forest. The sounds had stopped. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer or a raccoon, and went to bed. But sleep was elusive. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind against the walls, set my nerves on edge. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, until the first light of dawn filtered through the window. The next day, I decided to stay close to the cabin. I chopped wood, tidied up, and tried to shake off the unease from the night before. But as evening approached, the tension returned. I double-checked the door and windows, ensuring they were secure. I kept the oil lamp burning low and sat with my back to the wall, facing the door. Around midnight, the noises began again. Soft footsteps circling the cabin, the occasional snap of a twig. I held my breath, straining to hear. Then, a gentle knock on the door. Not loud, just a single tap. I didn't move. Another tap, then silence. I sat there, heart pounding, until the first light of morning. When I finally mustered the courage to open the door, there was nothing there. No footprints, no signs of anyone or anything having been outside. I decided it was time to leave. I packed my belongings quickly, eager to return to the familiarity of the city. As I drove away, the cabin receded into the trees, swallowed by the forest. I didn't look back. Back in the city, the noise and crowds were almost comforting. The experience in the cabin lingered in my mind, a reminder that solitude can sometimes be more unsettling than the chaos of urban life. I still seek quiet moments, but now I prefer them in places where the silence isn't quite so absolute. I didn't even know the cabin existed until a few weeks before I left. It belonged to my uncle, the kind of relative you barely hear about unless someone in the family dies or suddenly needs help moving a freezer. I'd only met him a few times as a kid, but apparently, he had owned this old cabin way up in the mountains of northern Idaho. He passed away in March, and nobody in the family wanted anything to do with the place. No electricity, no cell signal, no road access. My cousin had hiked in once and said it was a dump surrounded by woods and bears. My aunt offered it to me for a month. I said yes without thinking too hard. I wasn't in the best place. I'd just been laid off, and things with my girlfriend had ended pretty badly. I figured some time alone would help clear my head. I'd bring a few supplies, my dog Max, and just sit in the quiet for a while. Do some writing. Reset. I had no idea what I was actually walking into. The hike in was longer than I thought. Almost 9 miles from the trailhead, and most of it uphill. It took me nearly 6 hours with a loaded backpack and Max trotting along beside me. The air got colder the higher we went, and by the time we reached the clearing where the cabin sat, I was soaked in sweat and shivering all at once. The cabin looked like something from the early 1900s. One room, sagging porch, woodpile off to the side, and a rusted metal chimney sticking out like a broken finger. There were no other buildings in sight, not even old logging roads or hunting blinds, just dense trees in every direction. I stood there for a while, catching my breath and looking around. Felt too quiet. Even Max seemed unsure, sniffing the air and sticking close to my legs. Inside, the place was even more run down than I expected. Dust covered everything. Spider webs in the corners. The floor sagged in spots, and a few of the windows were cracked or boarded over. There was a wood stove, a rickety cot, some shelves with rusted canned food, and a broken rocking chair that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. The only recent touch was a stack of firewood someone had clearly chopped not too long ago. That confused me. My uncle had died months ago. I set up my sleeping bag on the cot and unloaded my backpack. I had enough food for a couple weeks, a camping stove, a water filter, a solar-powered battery for my flashlight, and a thick notebook I planned to fill. I didn't want to rely on anything digital, not out here. I let Max roam around while I started a fire in the stove. It was already getting cold. The first night wasn't too bad. The fire kept the place warm enough, and Max curled up next to me on the cot. I could hear the wind outside and the occasional creaking of old wood, but nothing that scared me. I actually felt a bit of relief, like maybe this trip was a good idea after all. The next few days were uneventful. I spent my time collecting wood, trying to write, and taking short hikes during the day. There was a small stream not too far downhill, and I'd take Max down there to drink and refill our water. He always stayed close, never straying far into the woods. I noticed there weren't many animals around, no deer, no birds, not even squirrels, just trees and wind. About 5 days in, things started to feel off. The first thing I noticed was a change in Max. He became more alert, more anxious. He would growl at the windows for no reason, especially after dark. One night, he stood by the door and refused to move for hours. His ears perked, staring into the trees. I couldn't see anything out there. I thought maybe it was a bear or a coyote, but I didn't hear anything. No crunch of leaves, no rustling branches, just silence. The next morning, I found something strange behind the cabin. A pile of stones, stacked neatly about 3 feet high, maybe 20 feet into the woods. I hadn't seen it before. It didn't look natural. The stones were clean and smooth, like river rocks, and balanced perfectly. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it for a while, then walked back inside. That night, I barely slept. Max kept pacing. I kept hearing little noises, soft taps on the wood outside, like someone gently knocking. I'd grab the hatchet and shine my flashlight out the window, but there was never anything there. I started thinking maybe someone was messing with me. Maybe a hunter had found the place and thought it was funny to mess with the new guy. The next day, I hiked around the area looking for signs of other people. Footprints, trash, anything. I didn't find a single thing. No trail markers, no campsites, nothing. Just endless forest. It was like the trees swallowed everything. Later that afternoon, I found another pile of rocks. This one was closer, maybe 10 feet from the front of the cabin. It hadn't been there that morning. Again, the stones were stacked perfectly, no sign of dirt or weathering. That's when I really started to worry. Someone was coming near the cabin and doing this while I slept. And I never heard them, That night, I kept the fire going all night and stayed awake as long as I could. Axe in my lap, flashlight in my hand. Max sat beside me, occasionally letting out low growls. Around 3 in the morning, I heard the crunch of something moving through the brush. It was slow, careful, like someone walking barefoot. I froze. Max stood up and stared at the door. I didn't dare move. The sound circled the cabin once, then disappeared. I waited until sunrise before I moved again. I wanted to leave, but I didn't want to hike out in the dark. I told myself I'd pack up and head out the next morning. I was done. I wasn't scared of being alone in the woods, but I was scared of whoever or whatever was sneaking around out there. But the next morning, everything was wrong. When I opened the door, the first thing I saw was Max. He was outside, lying motionless. I ran to him, but he was breathing. Someone had hit him. There was a small bloody gash on the side of his head. I picked him up and brought him inside. He whimpered, barely responsive. That was it. I grabbed my pack, threw in whatever I could, and left. I carried Max in my arms. The trail back was rough and I could only move slowly. I kept stopping to check behind me, expecting someone to follow. Halfway down, I realized I wasn't on the trail anymore. I didn't know how I'd gone off it. I thought I had followed the same path. But now the trees looked unfamiliar. The ground sloped in the wrong direction. Panic set in. I was lost. I wandered for hours, calling out even though I knew no one would hear. I rationed water for Max, who was still breathing but barely moving. I kept moving downhill, thinking I'd hit a road or a river eventually. By sunset, I was exhausted. I made a rough shelter and sat there all night, shivering. I kept hearing noises, not footsteps anymore, just cracks and snaps and something breathing close by. I didn't sleep. The next day I kept moving, and by sheer luck I stumbled across a ranger station. It was empty, but there was a map and a working radio. I used it to call for help. A few hours later, a ranger arrived in a truck. I broke down when I saw him. I told him everything. He didn't say much, just helped me into the truck and gave Max some water. We drove to the nearest town, and Max was taken to a vet. He recovered after a few weeks. I stayed in town for a while and never went back to the cabin. The ranger later told me something I still think about. He said I wasn't the first person to report strange things near that area. A few hikers had gone missing over the years. No confirmed cases, nothing proven. Just people who went in and didn't come out. He told me the forest around that cabin was older than maps, and some places just didn't like being disturbed. I've never gone camping alone again. I still think about the rock piles, the tapping at night, and Max lying there in the dirt. Someone was out there with me. I never saw them, never heard them clearly, but I know they were there. I tell myself I was lucky to get out, and I believe that. But I also believe that if I had stayed one more night, I wouldn't have. Whatever was out there, whoever was watching, was getting closer. And next time, I don't think they would have stopped with the dog. I rented a remote cabin last fall, deep in the mountains of northern Montana. I needed to get away from everything, from the noise of the city, from people, from work. My job in logistics had been draining me for years, and the idea of disappearing into the woods with no internet, no cell reception, and no responsibilities sounded like exactly what I needed. I found the listing through a website for off-grid rentals. It wasn't popular, had few reviews, but the pictures looked decent. The cabin was small, surrounded by thick trees and tall grass, backed up to a shallow stream. It had solar panels for light, a fireplace for heat, and a rainwater collection system for basic needs. No electricity besides what the panels gave, no TV, no distractions. Just me and the woods. I drove out there with a full tank of gas and enough food to last 2 weeks. The road up was dirt for the last hour, narrow and steep in places. My car, a well-used Toyota SUV, handled it fine, though there were some moments I had to inch forward to keep traction. Once I reached the cabin, I parked in a small gravel clearing off to the side. The place looked exactly like the photos. Log walls, tin roof, small covered porch. It was quiet. No other cabins nearby, no roads in view, just wind in the trees and birds in the distance. Inside, the cabin was simple. One room with a cot, a table and 2 chairs, a small wood-burning stove in the corner, shelves with dry goods, pots and pans. There was a composting toilet in a little shack out back. Everything smelled like old pine and dust. I unpacked slowly, then took a walk around the property. There was a small trail that led behind the cabin, winding through the trees. I followed it for about 20 minutes until it looped back around to the stream. I saw deer tracks in the mud, and once I heard what I think was a fox barking. Felt good out there. I felt like I could breathe. The first few days were peaceful. I cooked simple meals, read old paperback novels I brought, took long walks through the woods. The air was cold in the mornings, but by noon it would warm up enough to hike in just a hoodie. I split logs from the small pile next to the cabin and kept the stove going in the evenings. Nights were long and dark. No streetlights, no distant hum of cars or planes. Just blackness outside and the crackle of firewood inside. On the 4th night, I woke up suddenly. I didn't know what time it was, but the fire had gone out and the cabin was cold. There was a sound outside that I couldn't place. At first, I thought it might be wind, but it didn't move like wind. It was short, fast, and repeated with irregular pauses. I sat up on the cot, listening. Then I realized it was footsteps. Not animal footsteps, not the skitter of a raccoon or the slow crunch of a deer. These were human footsteps, moving across the gravel near the side of the cabin. I stayed completely still, straining to hear. The steps moved slowly to the front of the cabin and stopped. My breath caught. I didn't have a gun, just a long-handled axe for splitting wood. I got up quietly, grabbed the axe, and stood near the door, listening. After maybe a minute, the footsteps moved again, this time around the back. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't sure if it was one person or more. I didn't want to open the door and confront anyone in the dark, but I didn't want to sit there and do nothing either. The sound faded slowly, then stopped. I stayed up until dawn, clutching the axe and watching the door. When the sun finally came through the trees, I stepped outside. There were footprints in the gravel, boot prints large and deep. They led from the road to the cabin, around the sides, then back into the trees. I followed them for a while, but they veered off into thick brush and I lost them. I didn't see any tire tracks, and I hadn't heard a car. It didn't make sense. I spent the next day on edge. I kept the axe close, stayed near the cabin, and skipped my usual walk. Around noon, I hiked up a small hill behind the property and stood where I could see the road. Nothing moved. No one came. By evening, I was second-guessing myself. Maybe it was a hunter. Maybe someone had gotten lost and was trying to figure out where they were. The wind played tricks out there. Sounds echoed strangely. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, that I was being paranoid. Still, that night I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I saw something that made my stomach drop. On the porch, tucked just under the edge of the doorframe, was a small pile of sticks. They were arranged deliberately, not scattered like debris. 3 short twigs laid out in a triangle, with a 4th one crossing the middle. I don't know what it meant, but it didn't feel random. Someone had put it there, and that meant someone had come back during the night, quiet enough that I didn't hear it. That day I packed. I didn't care if I had 10 days left on the rental. I didn't feel safe anymore. I loaded my gear into the SUV and got ready to leave. When I tried to start the engine, nothing happened. The battery was dead. I checked the interior light. It hadn't been left on. No doors had been open. There was no reason it should be dead. I popped the hood and checked the battery. The wires were still connected, but when I touched the cables, they moved freely. Someone had loosened them. It hit me then how alone I really was. No cell signal, no landline, no neighbors, just me stuck. I could walk back to town, but it was at least 12 miles down a road that barely existed. And if someone was messing with me, if they were watching, that road might not be safe either. I spent the rest of the day gathering wood, sharpening the axe, and setting up some makeshift barriers near the porch. I brought everything inside and locked the door. There was no real lock, just a wooden latch. It wouldn't stop anyone determined. That night, I stayed awake with the fire roaring. Every creak of the wood or gust of wind outside made me jump. Sometime after midnight, I heard something again. Not footsteps this time, but a slow dragging sound across the back wall, like something rough being pulled against the wood. It went on for minutes, then stopped. I didn't move. I just waited. Then, without warning, the window beside me rattled hard. Not like wind. It was a fast, violent shake, as if someone had slapped it. I spun around, axe raised, heart pounding. Nothing. I didn't see a face or a shadow, just the glass reflecting the firelight. I didn't sleep at all. When morning came, I went outside with the axe in hand. The window had fresh scratches on it, shallow marks like from a rock or piece of metal. Around the back of the cabin, I saw more footprints. Same boots, same direction. Someone had circled again. I checked the battery cables. This time, they were gone completely. Not just loose, gone. Someone had taken them. I decided to leave on foot. I packed light, took food and water, and carried the axe. I locked the cabin as best I could and started walking. The road felt different now. What had been peaceful a week ago now felt narrow and exposed. I walked fast, scanning the trees constantly. For hours, I saw nothing. Then I saw the first marker. A stick, about 4 feet tall, stabbed into the ground at the side of the road. On top of it was a strip of red cloth, tied into a rough knot. It wasn't there before. I kept walking. A mile later, another one. Different cloth this time, but same setup. Each time I saw one, the space between them got smaller. They were leading somewhere, or warning me. Around mile 6, I heard something ahead. At first I thought it was an animal, but as I got closer I could hear breathing. Not panting, not movement, just slow, steady breathing, like someone trying to stay quiet. I stepped off the road and crouched behind a tree. Across the bend, about 30 feet ahead, I saw someone standing just off the edge of the road. They were dressed in camouflage, with a hood up and their face mostly hidden. They were looking down the road, not moving. I backed away slowly, keeping trees between us, then turned and moved through the woods parallel to the road. I walked off trail for over a mile, picking my way through brush and trying not to make noise. I was so focused on staying quiet that I didn't notice the trap until I was in it. A thin wire, strung ankle-high between 2 trees. I tripped, fell hard, and heard something snap above me. A branch cracked, and a heavy bundle of sticks fell from the canopy, slamming into the ground a few feet away. It missed me by inches. My leg was scraped, but not broken. I limped back toward the road, now more afraid than I'd ever been. Someone had set that up. That wasn't an accident. I made it back to the dirt path and started running. I didn't care about being quiet anymore. I just wanted to get out. By late afternoon, I saw a mailbox and a gravel drive. A cabin, newer and bigger than the one I stayed in, stood at the end of the lane. I banged on the door until someone answered. A woman, probably in her 60s, let me in without a word. I must have looked terrible. I told her what happened. She called the sheriff. They found my SUV a day later. The battery was gone, wires cut. It started when I decided to take a break from everything. I'd been working long weeks at a warehouse job, pulling night shifts, always exhausted, always sore. I wasn't sleeping right, I was always snapping at people for no reason, and I felt like I couldn't breathe without something going wrong. I needed to get out of town. No phones, no people, no noise. A friend had told me about this old cabin his cousin used to use for hunting. It was way up in the northern woods, about 5 hours from my place. He gave me the directions, told me the cabin hadn't been used in a couple of years, but it had a roof and a wood stove, and that's all I'd really need. I liked the sound of it. Cheap, remote, and quiet. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. Just packed up my old car, tossed in some food, water, a few tools, my sleeping bag, and a pump-action shotgun I kept for protection. The drive up was long and uneventful. The highway turned into gravel roads, and those eventually became dirt tracks. I passed maybe one other truck in 2 hours, and it looked like they were leaving. There was a lot of snow on the ground, but the skies were clear. Late March still felt like winter up here. When I finally reached the cabin, it was around 3 p.m. and the sun had already started dropping lower in the sky. The place was rough but standing. Just a square log cabin with a rusty metal roof and a small porch that had half collapsed. The door hung a little crooked, but it opened fine. Inside, there was one room, a cot, a table with 2 broken chairs, a small wood stove in the corner, and shelves with old supplies. Dust covered everything, and mice had clearly been making homes in the corners. I wasn't bothered. It was what I expected. I spent the rest of the daylight chopping some firewood from the old pile and setting up my sleeping bag inside. The first night was quiet. The wind picked up, and the trees made a lot of noise rubbing together, creaking and groaning in the dark. I kept the fire going and dozed in and out. Around midnight, I woke up because I thought I heard something walking around outside. It wasn't an animal. I know what deer and squirrels sound like. This was slower, heavier, almost cautious. I held my breath and listened for about 10 minutes, but I didn't hear anything else. I figured it was the wind or maybe just my nerves. I didn't sleep too well after that, but nothing happened. The next morning, I found boot prints around the cabin. That shook me a bit. They were old-style prints, like heavy work boots, and they weren't mine. I'd only walked from my car to the cabin the day before, and these prints circled the cabin twice before heading off into the woods. I looked around, called out a few times, but no one answered. I didn't like that, not one bit, but I figured maybe someone used the area for hunting. Maybe they didn't know I was there. I didn't see any reason to pack up yet. I spent the day cleaning up the inside of the cabin a bit, collecting more firewood, and walking the area. I found a stream not far off and marked a trail with sticks and broken branches so I wouldn't get lost. Felt good being out there. Felt like I was finally doing something right for myself. That night, though, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I didn't hear footsteps again, but I did hear a branch snap. It was close. I got up, grabbed the shotgun, and stepped outside in the dark. The cold air hit me hard, and my breath came out in clouds. The moon was half covered in clouds, but there was enough light to see shapes and movement. I stood there for 10 minutes, slowly turning and scanning the tree line. I didn't see anything, but I couldn't bring myself to go back to sleep. I stayed up most of the night with my back to the wall and the gun in my lap. The third day, I hiked further out. I wanted to see if I could find signs of anyone else. I found an old trail with some overgrown markers and followed it for about half an hour. It led to what looked like another old hunting cabin, smaller than mine and in worse shape. The door had been ripped off, and the inside was empty except for some torn-up blankets and a smashed lantern. I didn't stay long. There was something about it that didn't feel right. On the way back, I noticed a tree with a strange mark on it. It wasn't natural. Someone had carved into it with a knife or something sharp. Just a circle with an X through it. It looked fresh. I checked around and saw more of the same marks on trees leading back toward my cabin. I hadn't noticed them before. That made my stomach turn. Either I missed them or someone had carved them since I got there. That night was the worst. I tried to stay calm, but I was panicking inside. I kept the fire low and turned off my flashlight early to avoid drawing attention. I sat there in the dark, just listening. Around 1 a.m., I heard footsteps again. Slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. Once, then twice, then silence. I sat there, heart pounding, not daring to move. Then a soft tapping on the wall. Just once, then again, like someone lightly knocking with a finger. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I just sat there with the gun pointed at the door. It went on for what felt like forever. Then it stopped. I stayed awake until the sun came up. I don't think I even blinked. The next morning, I saw more prints. They were fresh, leading from the tree line right up to the wall where I'd heard the tapping. But what really made me pack up was the new mark on the door. That same circle with the X, carved right into the wood, deep and angry looking. That was it for me. I packed up in 30 minutes, tossed everything in the car, and didn't bother cleaning up. I just drove. The road out felt longer than it had coming in. Every tree looked like it was hiding someone. I kept checking my mirrors, sure I'd see someone behind me. I didn't relax until I hit the highway again. When I got home, I didn't tell anyone the full story. Just said the cabin was too run down and I didn't enjoy it. I started locking my doors every night. I bought new security cameras. I started sleeping with the shotgun close. It's been months, and I haven't been back to the woods. I don't know who was out there. I don't know if they were just messing with me, or if it was something worse. I never saw a face. I never heard a voice. But I know what I heard. I know those prints weren't mine, and I know someone carved that mark. It was real, all of it, and I'll never go back to that cabin again. I've made peace with that. Some places aren't meant to be visited. Some places are better left alone. And sometimes, when the wind hits just right, I still hear that soft tapping, like it never left me. I had always dreamed of a secluded getaway, a place where the noise of the city couldn't reach me, where I could reconnect with nature and myself. So, when I found an old cabin listed for sale deep in the woods of northern Montana, I saw it as the perfect opportunity. The listing mentioned that it was off-grid, accessible only by a rugged trail, and had no modern amenities. To me, that was part of the charm. I took a week off work, packed my essentials, and drove up to the trailhead. From there, it was a 4-mile hike through dense forest. The path was overgrown, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. Birdsong accompanied me as I made my way to the cabin. The cabin itself was rustic but sturdy, a single-room structure with a small porch, a wood-burning stove, and a hand pump well nearby. There was no electricity, no cell service, and no neighbors for miles. It was exactly what I had hoped for. Inkit.com. The first few days were idyllic. I spent my time chopping wood, reading by lantern light, and exploring the surrounding woods. I kept a journal, noting the wildlife I encountered and the thoughts that surfaced in the silence. It was peaceful, almost meditative. On the 4th night, I was awakened by a noise outside, a rustling, followed by a thud. I assumed it was a deer or perhaps a bear, so I stayed inside, listening. The noise didn't repeat, and eventually, I fell back asleep. The next morning, I found footprints around the cabin. They were human, not animal. Barefoot, judging by the impressions in the soft earth. They circled the cabin and led off into the woods. I felt a chill despite the morning sun. I hadn't seen another person since arriving, and the idea of someone watching me unsettled me. Inkit.com. 1. I decided to stay vigilant. I kept my axe close and made sure to secure the cabin each night. I also started marking the trail leading to the cabin with small signs, hoping to deter any unwanted visitors. Over the next few days, I noticed subtle changes. Items inside the cabin were slightly moved, and I heard distant noises at night. Twigs snapping, faint whispers carried by the wind. I began to question my senses. Was I imagining things? Was isolation playing tricks on me? One evening, as I returned from collecting firewood, I found a crude symbol carved into the cabin door, a circle with a line through it. I didn't recognize it, but it felt like a warning. I erased it, but the sense of unease grew. Determined to confront whatever was happening, I stayed up one night, watching through the window. Around midnight, I saw movement, a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the tree line. They didn't approach, just stood there, watching. I called out, but there was no response. Eventually, the figure turned and disappeared into the woods. The next morning, I found another symbol carved into a tree near the cabin. I decided it was time to leave. I packed my belongings and began the hike back to my car. The trail felt different, quieter, more oppressive. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When I reached the trailhead, I found my car vandalized. The tires were slashed, and the windows shattered. Panic set in. I was miles from the nearest town with no means of communication. I had no choice but to start walking. After several hours, I stumbled upon a ranger station. I explained my situation, and they helped me contact the authorities. An investigation was launched, but no suspects were found. The symbols matched those used by a local cult rumored to inhabit the area, but nothing was confirmed. I never returned to the cabin. I sold the property and tried to put the experience behind me. But the memories linger, the feeling of being watched, the symbols, the figure in the woods. It was a stark reminder that even in solitude, we are not always alone.